It's the end of the 2023 Virtual Diplomacy League regular season. Tonight, we find out answers to two questions that took the entire season to answer. Who will win the regular season? And which 7 players will compete in the 2023 season championship game to become the next Virtual Diplomacy League champion? We'll find out tonight on League Night.
Now there ain't nothing to it, go ahead and bring a live on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile bonds, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions, know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that, yo. Here we go. I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I think you understand. Watch me escape.
And I'd like to welcome all of you to League Night here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. Thank you all for watching. My name is Brian Pravel. I'll be your host for tonight, and I'm going to bring on to our virtual stage in our virtual broadcast booth 2 of our regular analysts, 2 of the most important people in the diplomacy hobby today. Would like to welcome David Hood and Ed Sullivan. Welcome.
Well, I certainly agree that Ed Sullivan is one of the most important people in diplomacy. Just ask the boy.
I finally got the intro I deserve. This is amazing. This is going to be a great night. It started out just right. Respect.
It took a whole season, but we did eventually get there. And I'd like to thank each of you for watching tonight, and especially shout out to those of you who are in Dip Chat. Dip Chat is, honestly, I say it every show, but it is my favorite part of this broadcast. Love the back and forth from such a fun, supportive community, and definitely encourage you to join if you get the opportunity. Tonight, we are focusing in on a big one. It is the final games for the Virtual Diplomacy League regular season. We'll be wrapping up the 2023 Virtual Diplomacy League regular season tonight. It's been 273 days since the start of the 2023 season. We had 87 players from around the globe compete in 38 games. And tonight, we're going to find out who will play in the final game of the season for the chance to join Tanya Gill, Nikolai Tayer, and Brandon Fogel as the Virtual Diplomacy League champion.
And the regular season champ gets an automatic bid to the DBNI, and that's not insignificant.
Absolutely. Ed, any predictions going in for tonight? We'll focus first on that regular season. Is anybody going to be able to catch Nikolai Tayer? I think that's the big story.
I don't think they're worried about that. Having played in season 1 in December, this is mega meta. This is what we're going to see tonight, which is everybody trying to either maintain their place or sneak in. Calculators are out. Tensions are high. I mean, I remember I had to do well in both games in season 1, and that second game was a tense negotiation with Karthik. And he was in and I wasn't. And I was like, I need 2 more centers, and I didn't know how far I could trust him, but those are in the days where you could trust Karthik, or at least I could. It's a whole new story now.
That seems like a very long time ago to me.
I'm not good. These guys are so good, and ladies. And it's been fun to watch this season. Nobody more fun than Marathon Man Cody Green. He's got to hang on. He's got that 25 miles down. That last 1.2 are the toughest.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be looking at that one. So, Nikolai Tayer, can anybody catch him? Yes or no?
Well, clearly the answer is yes, because look at the differential. I mean, I think it's certainly catchable. Just to tag on to something that Ed said, there are certainly people that are going to be out with their calculators trying to figure out how to get 2 or 3 more centers. There's going to be a few people maybe playing tonight who are much further back and really need to go for broke. So you've got different, incentives going on here. You got some people that might play tonight who frankly are not in contention and they just want to play a good game. Figuring out how to make those incentives for those people work in your favor is how the really good players get great.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite parts of league diplomacy. Will be highlighted tonight. It is both a blessing and a curse to our players. You get some really, really interested incentives every single game. Everybody has secondary motivations. We talk about that a lot on this broadcast. And figuring out what those secondary motivations are going to be is oftentimes how a player is able to win in this game. But with this situation where you have some players trying to protect their lead, other players trying to swing for the fences and get everything they can going for broke, and other players who don't care at all and they are just looking to have whatever their secondary motivations are, it creates such a fascinating dynamic and makes a really, really fun end to any kind of league or tournament kind of situation like this.
I will tell you, season 2, I played as just a replacement player in the December, and I was sort of stunned. It was unlike any game I've ever played in diplomacy where it was only about the final standing. So Austria opens up with an attack on Italy. It was just sort of insane, what happened in that game. And I think if you're a player who just thought they were looking for a fun game, I'm sure the games were fun, but this is not the time for fun games in December. It's serious business for people who've invested a whole season wanting to make it. So newer players, if you didn't have a good experience tonight and you played, don't give up. It'll be new season will just roll right around, and you too can be part of the fun, eliminating players just like yourself next December.
You think about how this might apply by analogy to other activities like certain sports. You get to the end of December in the NFL and you got players teams like perhaps my Carolina Panthers that have literally nothing to play for. If they lose games, their draft pick for Chicago Bears are even better. If they win games, it doesn't matter. So what is their incentive to go out and play right? And trying to figure out what that is, even for in your situation, Ed, where you got these crazy things going on, can those players who are not in contention, and there'll be many players tonight who are not in contention, how do they play this game might actually matter to the results.
Well, here is a look at your current top 10. We're going to focus in for a moment on the top 7. I'm going to just give a little bit of research and kind of summarize some of the top 7 players, and then give each of you an opportunity to give some feedback. Starting out with Nikolai Tayer, former VDL champion, has, I believe, won the regular season twice. Played just 3 games this season. Last game that he played was in May. He's topped every single board that he's played, and he is currently resting on the strength of a 17 center top as Austria, which I believe is the largest result that we have had this season.
Tayer is ridiculous. He's just ridiculous. And the fact that you can just play 3 games and just sort of coast after that is typical Nikolai Tayer. He's just a very skilled player. One of our commentators here at DBN occasionally really knows the game well. I can't say good things. I can't say enough good things about Nikolai and his ability to play his game, which is not the same game that other people play. You watch him play his game. Doesn't play exactly like Ed Sullivan plays or anybody else plays.
Yeah, he's much better, but
I'm talking style. We all know that the quality is different. I was talking about the style.
The style is different because look, he's a 5-tool player. I've seen Nikolai Tayer in strong alliances. I've seen him not kill when he doesn't need to kill, but when he needs to kill, he's sort of like Saren. I mean, he can kill, and there's sort of nothing left, and nothing left for the cleaners to come and fix. Okay, because you're going down. If you watch his games, the thing that I get the most out of watching Nikolai Tayer is he has great unit cohesion. He doesn't have a lot of stray units influencing the board in other places. He's sort of compact, maximizing his options. And when you play with him, as I've done half a dozen times, and I've had him down to one center, and he ended up, being the architect of my demise at DBNI last year. When you play with him, what he does is come up. He's not dour. He's not woe is me. I'm on the back foot. He's more dangerous on the back foot. When he's on the front foot, everyone's worried about him, and he's kind of vulnerable because of that. But when he's on the back foot, what he does is he pitches options to people, options that tie into their greed, and it's just sort of beautiful to watch. Now, the one thing about Nikolai is he's a little down right now on the current meta, particularly the France-Italy thing. And I don't know if he's playing tonight, but I know to watch for that in the final board if he's France or Italy. He does not like that current meta. He's been vocal about it, and he thinks and that's because he reads the whole board.
And I tend to agree with that, but I have yet to figure out. I have not seen the meta shift enough to make that for me to be comfortable not following through with that. So it's an interesting state of the game right now. That's another conversation we could have. But focusing back on Nikolai Tayer, I just want to call out in 2022. He started playing virtual diplomacy, had a 31% top share. 2 years later, 2024, he has a 71% top share of every game that he's played this season. It's just ridiculous. He gets out there and just all he does is win. Really, really impressive play. Another impressive player, though, Jackson Roberts. Jackson Roberts at the moment has 2 of the best country awards in the Virtual Diplomacy League. He is currently holding Best Russia and is tied with Ben Kelman for Best France.
Jackson is a completely different player from Nikolai Tayer. It just goes to show you how different styles and different methods of play can lead to results that are pretty similar. Because Jackson, if you want somebody that is going to take a lot of chances and may have units all over the freaking place, sort of the opposite of the unit cohesion style that Ed was mentioning on the part of Nikolai, Jackson much more likely to take some chances, send raiders out. Even if he's big, might try to emphasize unhinging of tactical position by doing something unexpected. More of a risk taker, chance taker, very good player. It's fun to see him up this high in the current standings.
I think he's a prodigy. I'm a big fan of Jackson. Like all prodigies, a little bit like Icarus sometimes, and will fly too close to the sun, and does that rarely, but when he does it spectacularly, which makes for good viewing. But playing with him, he is more than solid tactically. He's really good at talking to everybody every turn, knowing what's likely going to happen. He runs sandboxes while the games are being played. He can multitask like nobody's business. He took some time off a year ago after COVID. He played a lot during COVID. And then this year, Nexus finalist at the Summer Classic, and also now on VDL. So the few games he's played, he's maximized because he's a heck of a player.
Another player that has really, I love this story. It's been one of my favorite storylines this season, is to watch the rise of Ben Kelman in the Virtual Diplomacy League standings. Ben, I believe, joined us back in 2020, has been a longtime player within the Virtual Diplomacy League, and something clicked for Ben this year. He is definitely doing better this season than he has previously, and it's showing up in his statistics. He's improved his board top average slightly, but the real secret to his success this season is he increased his average center count by almost 1/3. So he's topping at a similar rate, but those tops are much larger, which is translating into points, and I think that's been the difference this season.
Ben Kelman is not a flashy player. Again, if you want to contrast his style with the one we just talked about with Jackson, very different players. Again, Ben's more of the slow and steady wins the race guy, but he is, up there winning the race, at least in terms of being in the top 3 seeds of the current standings of the VDL. Great guy personally. I've interviewed him on the show. Seen him a lot face to face. A great addition to the hobby. One of the many people that we added during the early COVID time period, which has been quite a good thing as a net benefit.
Well, I'm I feel like I'm a charter member in the Ben Kelman Appreciation Society. Ben and I started at the same time. I think we played the first same tournament together. And for that first 6 months or so, after every tournament, virtually, we would get on the phone and talk about our games and run through them and talk about where we messed up and where we could have done better and we criticized each other's play as well, because both he and I can actually take criticism, even though I hate it. And I felt like we were coaching each other and encouraging each other. And my criticism of Ben has always been he's too nice. People think I'm nice, and I am, but I'm really not that nice. Ben really is that nice. And unlike other supposed nice people like Matt Krill or Riaz, a lot of times that niceness prevented him from taking a shot, or he would get taken advantage of. And the turnaround for Ben this year started at DBNI. He was a sub. I think he was 29th on the bubble, or maybe even 30th.
He was in the 30s, yeah.
And he got subbed into a game that I was playing in where, frankly, I should have been cruising for the board top and the chance to take out Brandon Fogel. He came in as a 1-center Turkey because Turkey in the middle of the game quit because he didn't like the way Russia was playing and just left. And the guy came in like 1904 or 5. I think it was 2 centers, actually. Maybe Peter probably has it in his computer and he can access it. But in any event, dude was like at 8 or 9 centers, just like an hour and a half later, and almost topped that board. And there was something about playing free like that, getting a free roll in a game where you had nothing to lose. And I've seen nothing but really solid, steady improvement play from Ben this year. And I think that game had a lot to do with it.
Peter McNamara is widely considered to be one of diplomacy's great players. The inaugural DBNI champion has had to work a bit harder than most of his peers on this board to make it to the top 7. He is in this position primarily on the strength of his 14-center German top that came last month. So a late push by our winner of the Calamar Cup. What do we have to say about Peter McNamara?
I was just looking at this list of 10 names, really good players, and realizing that Peter is the only one who was well known, dare I say famous in the diplomacy hobby before 2020. He's been a well-known, really great player in diplomacy for decades. So the fact that he's been able to transition into virtual play with the same aplomb is a testament to really how good he is. There are a lot of great players that if you asked me 5 years ago who some of the best players in the hobby were, they're not playing virtual. They didn't make the transition. They still show up at a face-to-face tournament here and there, but did not make the transition into playing in this format the way Peter has. It's really quite impressive when you think about it. I mean, we can talk about otherwise how Peter's so good and how well he analyzes things, but it's almost old hat to say that at this point. It's almost as old hat as the phrase old hat when you think about it.
Scariest player in the world. I've played with him once. I never wish to play with him again. I've got the chance to observe him twice as a DBN commentator on both the DBNI Final Board last year, and then I think the very first World Diplomacy Classic Virtual, 2 or 3 years ago. Calm under pressure. With more experienced players, he has a second language that he's able to speak with them to where it's just amazing to watch. I can never imitate it. I can just observe it and just think it's amazing. I can't say enough about how great Peter is, and I wish I really could say less.
Well, I will say off the board, one of my favorite things about Peter McNamara is he is such an advocate for the game, and in particular, advocating for those non-North American players. Really, really good advocate for the hobby in our Asia Pacific region and advocating for Europe as well. So really appreciate everything he's done for the hobby as a whole as well. Next up in 5th place, we've got Mallis Camares. Mallis has not played much VDL recently, and for that I'm grateful because that's given him a chance to be a regular analyst here on League Night. For most of the season, his position in the championship game seemed like a lock to me. It still seems pretty probable, but 5th place overall does make it a bit more risky than he probably cares for. Ed, I'm going to go to you first on this one. Mallis, he's been tearing it up.
He's like Keanu Reeves in The Matrix right now. He can see the bullets. He can stop the bullets. You can attack him. 3 people can attack him. It doesn't matter. He's got the Matrix down. He understands all the little things. His greatest attribute, whether it's true or not, but his greatest attribute is explaining to players who are attacking him why the other side of the board are about to crush them and they need to stop attacking him. And he does this with regularity. Almost, I don't even know if 0% eliminations in the 4 games. It's really hard to get out of a game. And it is a nice player to play with. And I don't know how he became so good in the sense that I know he's been at WebDip a long time and he had a lot of success, but I played him in virtual. I was surprised. I looked this up the other day because I'm doing my preparations to not make the finals again at DBNI. And I played a lot with him that first year of virtual, and he wasn't doing that well. I mean, he did okay, but it wasn't anything great. And then about 16, 17 months ago, dude just like became Keanu Reeves. And I don't want to be on a board with him. I mean, he won Dixie. Dude strolls in on a transatlantic flight to come, beat a bunch of Americans. I mean, awesome. He's a great player and the winner of our broadcaster brawl.
And just an all-around good guy. And I would say, just to sort of be quick about my comments here, I think one of Mallis's major strengths is his tactical ability. All of these players are good tactics. You can't be anywhere in the top 10 and not have pretty good tactics. But Mallis is a great tactical player. Really good vision of the board tactically. And in addition to his diplomatic abilities, that will really take you a long way in diplomacy if you're that good at the tactics.
It is a real treasure for, and I never get his name right, for Mr. Camares to be on DBN, because whereas David and you and Brandon and even me, I think, aim our commentary for the introductory player, trying to get them into the hobby. When he talks, it's like I'm taking notes because, he sees the board, most of the time correctly, although he has the overuse of the word mechanism. But other than that, I love watching him commentate. And he is, if I could make him all-time commentator, no offense to anyone else, he should be.
Yeah, that you're really right. He says some very insightful things that people who have playing the game 30 years should listen and take notes.
Absolutely. Yeah, the ability to communicate the way that he's reading the board is second to none. Brandon Dix, another one of my favorite storylines from this season. Brandon is one of the newer players on this list, playing in only his second VDL season. He has shown incredible development in every single statistic. He doubled his average center count. He quadrupled his top share. There has been so much growth and development from Brandon Dix this season. It has been really, really fun to watch. Brandon, welcome to this top 7. You are low enough on the standings. I'm going to be watching those points closely to see whether or not you make it. If you do, you definitely earn your place this season.
Yeah, that is a great story. Brandon hasn't had the success in his career as some of these other players already have had. So it'll be an interesting test if he does make the final board. Can he come up with a winning strategy there to get past some of these players who have a little more top board, championship level experience? I certainly hope so. It's been a pleasure to watch Brandon play this season.
Diplomatically savvy, up and coming tactically. That's the way I would put Brandon. When you're in a room with Brandon, he's non-offensive. Some people just knock themselves out of the game right away just by their behavior, including me sometimes. But Brandon's not one of those people who's going to get anyone to be angry at him. And then he's been learning how to use that to his advantage in these games. He's a standard deviation better this year than he was last, but he wasn't bad last year. This isn't some guy who just, he had a pretty solid rookie season. It's now, but he took his lumps like all rookies in the VDL do, because they don't play enough games. They don't know the players. It's a league. But now that he's sort of a regular, you're seeing good results.
And speaking of regular, the marathon man himself, Cody Green, one of these things is not like the other, and that is Cody's 20 boards this season, working harder than anyone to qualify for this top 7. David, Ed, I know you both have things to say about Mr. Cody Green.
The thing that I want to say about Cody is attaboy, Cody. That is, just want to pat you on the back and say, great. Because it's not just 20 boards of diplomacy. It is a lot of trying this, trying that, trying to play in this fashion, trying to play that style, trying to learn this player, trying to learn that player. He's done a lot of different things in those 20 boards. And frankly, also played face-to-face this year at Weaselmoot. He has been really trying out a lot of things, and look at where he has come. Being a number 7, given where he started in his virtual play, is outstanding. And I also interviewed him for Deadline a couple of months ago. Another guy that is just great to meet face to face.
He's a blue collar lunch pail guy. Okay, if you ever talk to him and get to know him, this is not a computer programmer, another lawyer, God forbid, PhD student. He's a regular dude who loves this game. He has problems. Well, he's very intelligent. He understands how to move the pieces, and he has good relations with some people. With others, he's quite abrasive. That is a thing he needs to work on. He knows that. Because it's all frustrating to everyone in diplomacy. If only the other players would just do what you need to do, along the way. We all struggle with that. That's his current struggle, but he's getting miles and miles better at that aspect of it. I, for one, think that having Cody in the hobby has been fantastic. We need more people like Cody, that just enjoy the challenge, like the game, not afraid to mix it up. And, 20 boards. And I want to say one thing about that. I played with him, and I don't know what tournament it was, maybe Summer Classic. I don't know. But I'm playing with him. It's a true story. And I'm hearing beepers going off like you get when you're like on medication at a hospital and they're alerting the doctors. And I'm like, Cody, are you in the hospital? And he's like, yeah, that's just the nurses coming, changing up my IV bag. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, this is just a game. Okay. You don't have to actually play this game. You need to get better. You shouldn't, and he's like, no, this is actually this is healthy to me. This is something that, I like to do. It's a benefit. And I'm like, okay. And he was having to explain to the nurses, like, why he's talking about Bulgaria or, or whatever. And it was just the most hysterical thing ever. And I'm like, that's how dedicated. It's 20 games, but like in the hospital too.
Right. Cody Green did not top a single board in his first season last year. That 10% top share this year has been hard earned, and really, really pleased to see that growth and all of that learning. So that is your top 7. Rounding out your top 10, Christopher Ward, Matthew Tatanchi, Jason Bennett, and let's take a quick sneak peek at positions 11 to 20. We've got Bradley Grace, Wes Ketchum, Isaac Jukes, Johnny Gillum, Nicholas Lawton, Yelty Kuiper, Christian Brown, T. Gepright, Ranu Vesky, and Hal Schild. Let's now take a quick look at which of our top 10 by DBNI are playing tonight. Tim Crosby, second place, I believe, last season in the Virtual Diplomacy League, has not had as much success this season, but Tim is one of the consistent performers in this hobby, so will be a threat tonight. Bradley Grace, Christopher Ward, Jason Bennett, Nikolai Tayer playing again. Jackson Roberts playing again. Maybe we'll see a little competition there to see who does, in fact, come out with that regular season win. Josh Hennessy, Matthew Tatanchi, and Cody Green rounding out your top 10 by DBNI score. Based on this list, we will now go to predictions. First up, I think the most important one, Cody Green going to be able to hang on to that all-important 7th spot, or do we feel like someone else has a better shot at it?
I think you have to look at the math, because he's got 20 boards and it's just an average after your top 3 games or first 3 games or whatever the rule is. I'm sure someone in the chat will say, but the chances of Cody moving his needle up or down are slim to none. So then you sort of have to look at people who have the fewest games played that can increase their average. See, I can do just a little bit of math to know. And Wardy's there right on the bubble, so he's got a chance. Some of the people on the second board, I mean, everyone on the first page has a chance. Wardy's really been knocking on the door of diplomacy top boards. I hope he makes it. No offense to anyone else. And as we look here, it's going to be tough for any of them. Johnny, I wanted to say one thing about Johnny. Johnny has a capability to do well in any game, like super well. So does Bradley, obviously amazing. So those guys are people to look out for, but I don't think we saw either of their names on that list.
All right. Well, we are going to transition over to our coverage at this point. I, for one, am really excited, looking forward to what I think is going to be a really fun night. Ed, I am hoping that we see some craziness, some meta-created craziness, like Austria dogpiling on Italy right away, or Germany plowing into Russia. Let's go for some craziness. That's what I'm rooting for tonight. But David, I'm going to hand it off to you. Why don't you set up our final round of the regular season for the Virtual Diplomacy League of this season?
You mean what we're looking for tonight? There will be players, as you said, who may do some crazy things for meta reasons or for whatever reason. What I'm also looking for is the players that we've already talked about that have really got a lot of improvement in the last, 12 months, 16 months, whatever it is, since last year, the year before. Let's see if they're building on that to do amazing things in this game. I don't think we necessarily have to see all crazy moves. I'd like to see some people do some things that were well designed from the beginning and have tactical and strategic sense. And I mean, I also enjoy the zany. But let's also see some moves that somebody watching this can say, oh, so that's how you play the EG, or that's how you play the AR alliance. Whatever the situation is, I'm looking forward to making some of those points. That this, in addition to that being a league night, this is also a game of diplomacy, and you can learn some things from it, even if you're not trying to pay attention to the tournament meta.
Absolutely.
So I don't want to step on David's always on point comments.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
There's a reason I tried it. Well, there's two reasons I mainly do league night commentary. One is I don't really get invited to the big games because I'm hated. But the other reason is I really like the league night because we see unusual openings, unusual play, newer play, and I'm too scared to make some of these openings that I see on VDL. And sometimes they work out. Italy going west, things like that. You'll see on the VDL that you won't see in high-level tournaments much. And so I'm hoping that tradition sort of continues. It's a league. It's supposed to be fun, okay? The players that are playing like it's top board in March, they don't get it.
League diplomacy is my favorite way to play, and let's transition over to our first game of the final round for this season. VDL game 163, named after Tanya Gill, first VDL champion. Austria, we've got Micah Blom from the Netherlands. England, we have Seoul Korea's Michael Saxton. France, we have Simon Lumo, which looks like maybe not a first-time player, has a place. So new to me. Simon, welcome. I apologize for not recognizing you there.
I can talk about Simon when the time comes.
Great. Germany, we've got Great Britain's Christopher Ward. Italy, we have Jackson Roberts, winner of at least strong competition for best hair and diplomacy. Russia, we have Josh Hennessy from Perth, Australia. And Turkey, we have Nikolai Tayer, Paris, France. David, start us off with the storyline.
All I could say is good freaking Lord the East. Michael Bloom, who is very much an up-and-coming player, honestly, in recent diplomacy play. Got Josh Hennessy, a very established, great player from Australia. And then you got Jackson Nikolai, number 1 and number 2. My goodness.
I like to see Nikolai in Turkey. That's where he needs to play every game. But yes, it's a really good East, right? With Josh Hennessy, who I haven't talked about, but was a rookie last year and he's at next level right now, continuing Australian tradition of great play. And Jackson in there, we talked about. Wardy, Simon, I want to say a couple of things about. I've played with him a few times. Too cautious. He's one of these players doesn't like to commit, and so he's got a country for that.
Yeah.
But he doesn't like committed as any country, and it's very frustrating to his allies. I've seen multiple times where everybody opens standard and then people gang up on Simon. That's the stage where he needs to sort of overcome. I don't know anything about Michael, but Micah, I was on the very first board that she topped, and I thought her play was super impressive. Very good at telling you what she wants, not so good as to helping the other player come up with a solution for a win-win. And so we've seen some games where she does well, but sort of peters out. If you remember last month, I think she played Turkey and petered out after a while because I think people got frustrated a little bit with her. But when David says, quote, very much an up-and-coming player, I second that. I think she's playing a lot. She's having better and better results. And so, I definitely want to know how she's going to react to these 3 sharks surrounding Austria. If I were one of the sharks, and Nikolai's probably, no offense to Josh who's in the chat, the best of the sharks at talking to other people and getting him to do what he wants, maybe not the nicest guy, although he's super nice. Josh is really nice. I'd like to see what happens. I hope she makes it.
We have players 1 and 2. We have the last season's Rookie of the Year all competing in the final round of the Virtual Diplomacy League for this season. Tonight, we'll find out whether Nikolai Tayer is able to hold on to that first place position, win the regular season, and get that automatic qualification to the DBN Invitational. David Hood, we'll begin with you, and then we'll alternate every other turn.
Well, the other thing to mention here is perhaps this game is the most important to Christopher Ward, who is on the bubble at number 8. You can argue about whether Jackson takes the regular season or Nikolai, but they're both going to the top board. Wardy, not yet. All right, let's look at the moves here. A fairly non-committal French opening. Look at there that Simon is playing the role of the non-committal. The Venice to Munich, who knows what that means? Jackson may be screwing around. He may have meant to go to Tyrol. He just misclicked, or he may just was going to hold anyway, decided not to be boring. You got the super normal bounces in Galicia and Black Sea. So really nothing on this map at all that's surprising. Nothing that's sort of a zany opening anyway. It's so far in spring 1901.
One thing just to note, that's definitely intentional by Jackson. He does this all the time. He also overbuilds because he understands that the builds are done in alphabetical order to try and mess with his opponents sometimes. But Jackson just got done with season 8 Nexus finals. He played Italy. They ran an AI. David knows that I know that game because I commentated on it extensively, yes. Probably more extensively than necessary. But
you wouldn't stop talking. You wouldn't stop talking about it.
That's Keith. But in any event, I think he will push to the max an AI, but he didn't get into Trieste here. And that's part of this Micah thing, very obsessed with their centers. So that might be frustrating him a bit.
Well, you can always do the borrow Trieste thing in the fall if that's what you're borrowing, as opposed to borrowing Budapest.
I agree, but you can always get bounced out of it in the fall too. So
true.
It depends.
Or that's just not the plan. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not the only way to run an AI. Instead, you're convoying to Tunis. Again, if you're looking for moves that are not expected, even the Smyrna to Syria is a thing that people do to say, hey, AI, you're not coming at me with Lepanto. It's not going to work, so don't try. Looking at the West, the Germans being supported into Belgium means Germany gets 3 builds. If somebody's going to get 3 builds, probably ought to be the Germans because they're in a little more precarious position than the French. But it's just interesting that right now, no conflict at all in the West, and Russia's not even being bounced. So nothing really to know yet about how the West is going to go.
So in the East, right, you see a convoy from Apulia to Tunis, and so Venice holds. And the 2 interesting things here are Russia's play. First, the fleet in Romania, which is pro-Austrian, but it's also trusting right of Turkey not to go to the black. And Nikolai's play, which is anti-AI, right, moving to Syria to open up the fleet for Smyrna. There's no theoretical tension, but I don't think Nikolai would have preferred to see the fleet in Romania as opposed to the army. Turkey definitely wants the army in there. And so Russia's kind of having it both ways right now on that. I'm a little perplexed with what's happening in the West. When you see 3 builds to Germany, it screams Western Triple, but there was no convoy to Norway. There was a pointless support of, Norwegian to Norway, where North Sea could have been doing something. If it was a Western Triple and they didn't want to move the army, he could have just convoyed it to Belgium and gotten bounced out. And so I don't know what's happening. I'm curious to see.
Plus, if it's a Western Triple, Denmark goes to Sweden to bounce the Russians, and the French go to Spain, South Coast instead of Portugal. So I think if this is a triple, it is not a well-designed triple. I think this is still caginess, and that hasn't sorted itself out yet, what the alliance structure in the West is.
Yeah, my initial read was Western Triple, but then agreed. For me, the lack of the bounce in Denmark and Sweden is probably the main signal that I would read as saying, maybe this is actually just Simon trying to signal to Germany that they are looking for an ally. Really curious to see what happens there. And I agree with you, Ed. Josh Hennessy sitting in the catbird seat in the East, the one with all of the options right now. Winner of 1901. All right, David, let's call these out.
I was just getting ready to say, of course, he'll have even more options, tactically and strategically, if it builds a fleet in North Coast, which is exactly what he did. If you want Russia to do well, has to do something in Scandinavia. They don't necessarily have to hold on to it to do well, but they have to at least play in Scandinavia for a while in order to have any success. And he's going to try to play in Scandinavia. Now, the fact that Germany's building 2 fleets doesn't necessarily mean something bad for the Russians. You're really, if you're the Russians, you'd be more scared of 2 armies, not 2 fleets. Only one fleet can go to the Baltic. The other one can only go to Helgoland. That the 2 fleets is something that Michael Saxon would be like, wait a minute, Germany, 2 fleets? What's going on here, man? I thought we were best buds. What's going on?
So it's definitely not a triple, right? Because I mean, I didn't think it before, but you would have had to build armies. I mean, David's right in the sense that 2 armies is scary to Russia, but you know what? Russia didn't want to see that fleet either, and this is the main reason when I'm Germany. I don't like 3 builds. The best way to avoid this problem is not to get a 3rd center. Give it to France or bounce France, but now Russia's going to be scared. I think he doesn't mind England being scared.
Why would Russia be more scared of 2 fleets than 2 armies? 2 armies are almost definitely in a good position to attack the Russians. 2 fleets?
I think he thinks Sweden's gone. I mean, Sweden's probably gone.
Go ahead, Ed.
I mean, I got it that Josh said that he was scared of the 2. I saw it. I saw that comment. But if I were Russia and there were 3 Germans and he was going to build 3 units, I would rather him build the fleets. It gives it tension against the English.
Going back to my premise of don't build 3 as Germany. But even still, like what this does is I'll put on my McAllis hat here. It kind of forces England and Russia to try and work together. But that North Coast fleet is an odd build. He probably wishes he had it back right now. Meanwhile, the Army Moscow is fine. The fleet Smyrna is fine. I mean, we see this sort of Turkish-Italian, war that's going to happen, but we don't know what's going to happen between Austria and Russia. So, I mean, that's a curiosity. And we do know, the one thing we definitely know is that there's an FG.
If I'm the Russians and I want to run a GR alliance, and Germany's got 3 and they're going to build them all, I say build 2 fleets. If I'm the Russians, that's what I want, because those fleets will help against anyone. You build 1 fleet to go to Baltic Sea, fine. That's not what you want. 2 fleets allows Helgoland, allows Holland, all sorts of things. So that's my position.
So Ed, first of all, I agree with you. And in fact, if you look at the statistics, at least from the old postal hobby, I remember this article from probably the early 2000s. I think it was on the Diplomatic Pouch. They analyzed games from all the way back in the 70s through 2000. So different meta. So take this statistic with a grain of salt. But Germany performed more poorly when they took 3 centers than 2 in the spring of 1901. I guess that's a little bit of early leader syndrome. So I agree with you. I typically prefer 2 to 3, but let's say hypothetically you are in that situation. You have those 3 builds. Russia asking for a wave. Would you do that?
Yeah, I did it season 7, Nexus Finals. Highly criticized, but I waived it. And you know what I got for my wave of a build in Berlin? I got armies in Silesia, Bohemia, and Tyrolia in spring 1902. So, waving in that situation, it ended up working out for me, but it's highly risky.
Yeah,
William
I actually
commented on that game, so he knows that.
it is too risky for Germany to waive a build in almost every scenario. I'm going to say almost because there are certainly some where diplomatically you've got to do it for whatever reason. Maybe this was one where he should have done it. I kind of doubt it. You're just too precarious in the middle there. You can't afford to waive. France is a different story. Other people can be a different story. I don't think the Germans should be waiving very often.
Well, at the end of the day, spring 1902, it looks like Germany is set up to work well with France. Will we see an FG plow into England? Will we see England and Russia try to make up in response to that?
And I'm looking at that Romanian fleet. I was wondering if it would get blown or what they were going to do with it. That's okay. So I guess this is me. I wish David would do it.
I can if you want, because it's very
ahead.
obvious.
I
This is a dirty rat. This is a dirty rat.
Right.
Because they're supporting the Tyrolia, they're killing the Russian fleet that's going off the board, which, by the way, and I've said this many times, that is exactly what the Russians want to do a lot of the time, is kill that freaking fleet. It leads to instability with your friends. Plenty of Russians say, no, I need to have it. It's cool. I'm never going to get it back. Yeah, but you need that unit, and often that fleet is totally useless. So anyway, it looks like that there's some kind of rat going on here, at least for now. And that's the big story of this particular game. Is there also an FG going on? Yes, I think so. I mean, I think that's what Kiel to Holland means. But clearly the French are going with the FG. The Russians, though, are coming, and maybe that was the plan all along. Maybe it's because the Germans had the 3 builds that the Russians decided to do this. I don't know.
I don't know how you don't go to Helgoland here. I mean, I think he thinks maybe Sweden cuts Denmark, and so, he has play on the North Sea if he goes to Helgoland, but Sweden ends up going to Baltic. I think Wardy thought Sweden was cutting Denmark, and he would be in Baltic. But okay, it ends up being fine for him, but I don't understand why Belgium is going to Burgundy. David, I'm sure, has a reason for it, but the switcheroo of St. Petersburg to Norway and Norway to Barents, I maybe arranged, but I strongly doubt it. And I think that Livonia now can cover St. Petersburg. Depends on if Denmark cuts Sweden now. Sweden, he might get Norway back, he might not. But the West is fascinating, and then of course in the East you see this sort of, Russian attack here. The rat, we'll see how long it goes. But I think Josh did get spooked by that fleet. You can see these moves of Warsaw to Silesia, Moscow to Livonia. That's all in response to that.
Well, like I said, maybe the rat was the plan from the beginning. I don't know. I mean, he did say in the comments that he asked Germany for a wave. So maybe this is a response to that. Maybe it's the plan all along. You can argue Kiel to Holland if you're going to go Berlin to Kiel, and then you at least get both fleets into play. Whereas if you go to Helgoland, you're blocking yourself from moving the fleet. But if you're going to go to Baltic, then I agree with you. Why not just go to Helgoland and make sure that the English don't get there? I agree with you. Maybe even support yourself there from Denmark.
Let's say a more precarious situation in Germany than I imagine Christopher Ward would prefer, certainly than I was expecting based off of the builds that we saw. The East on the other side, everything coming up Nikolai Tayer, at least in this stage of the game, the way I'm reading it, if the goal is to survive and prevent your competition in second place from overtaking first, seems to be moving in the right direction for that to happen. Still pretty early in the game, though.
Yeah, there wasn't any way for the Italians to keep the, quote, bad guys out of Ionian, so he just doesn't try. Goes to Adriatic instead. Wow, this is really ratty. To have an Austrian already in Piedmont in the fall of 1902, that is serious rat behavior. Let's look at the West for a minute. We do have now a supported attack on Helgoland. as you can see. He was actually trying to leave Helgoland, wasn't he? He was trying to take, because he thought maybe the Denmark was going to hit Sweden and allow North Sea to go to Norway and was going to back out. That was the plan from Michael's point of view. But Wardy instead sides with the Russians here pretty clearly and kills that fleet. Interesting. No, wait a minute. Burying the lead. Convoy to London actually works. I'm sorry, I missed that. That's actually the big story. That's always awesome when you can guess that correctly as the French.
Yeah. So, advantage France and all this, right? There's not an FG. Like we're talking about maybe there's an FG, but I don't think so. But, we don't see Ruhr move to Burgundy or support Munich, so maybe not. Wardy just was interested in getting England out of Helgoland. Maybe there would be détente there. I think the missed move was by Jackson. The move is Venice to Piedmont in this situation. I understand that you might lose Venice, but most of the time, the Piedmont sneak around is how Austria does this. And you can start outthinking yourself, a la the Princess Bride, but most of the time, that's the right move is to bounce out, because then that's really hard for Austria at that point. And Jackson's sort of the kind of player, right, where like his incentive now in this game is for Nikola to have a good game, because he's probably not overtaking Nikola, but he doesn't really want to lose his second seed in the Paris method for VDL final. And so the best way forward there is to help Nikola as best he can.
And maybe even build up some goodwill with Nikolai going into that top board. We all know how important those relationships are. I will point out another thing that I didn't mention, which I would like to for people that are learning this game. Aegean to Ionian instead of Eastern to Ionian may at first appear like an inferior move because it's putting, it's leaving your fleet in the Eastern Med where it can't really do much. But the whole point is to say to Michael Bloom, look how unthreatening I am. I know I'm Nikolai Tayer, but look at me. I am leaving Aegean and not threatening your stuff.
I'm willing to bet he wanted Eastern to do it, and she asked him, and he said, okay, is my thought. The other thing is the bounce in Sev, which is, when you voluntarily blow up a unit, and I understand that Russia was taking Norway. He probably thought he might be keeping Romania, but it's savvy of Micah to say, hey, you're taking Norway. You got two fleets in the north. That's where your power should be. Don't take it. And so it's good cooperation from the three of them.
So I don't run a lot of rats. So this is something that I'm going to try and get some insight, pick the brains of you experienced players here. First of all, thank you, Chris Kelly. That explains move to Italy. So first up, the move to Piedmont, swinging around. That's my initial thought. Felt a little early for that. Am I incorrect? Is that the right playing for tempo this early in the game? Is that the right thing to do?
Yes. If you're going to rat, it's all about tempo if you're the rat. And particularly if you're Austria, because you actually want to go get some stuff. I know you feel like you're putting yourself out of position, but if the rat doesn't go anywhere, then all of a sudden it becomes an RT. So Austria has to make it go somewhere, preferably so that Austria can get a build.
Yeah. And Ed?
I hate rats as Austria. I don't like to play them. I've done it, but I hate it. And the main reason is, where's my growth? And it's maybe Venice, but then you see what Jackson's going to do here, right? He's going to support Venice. It's got to get cut. So Venice will get lost in 03, but like Austria's going to take Venice, but then it's hard or long to get the rest. But it's sort of great for Russia in a way, because Russia has other places to mess with in the north, and if Austria is sort of like has to go all in on the western front of Austria, it's helpful. I don't know if Russia should have blown the fleet, because I know Nikola wants that fleet, blown. And how many times have we seen Brandon Fogel shift Romania to black, Seb to Armenia, Galicia to Romania, and just put the vice on there? But to dominate as Russia, I think you want to keep that fleet.
You can't keep the fleet if you're going to run a rat, because Austria and Turkey go, okay, so now we have an AT then. Goodbye, Russia, because you can't keep the fleet. It's too unstable. You can't have it back there for the Brandon Fogels of the world to do that. That's not how you play a rat. And therefore, if he had wanted to keep that fleet, I believe that would have been the end of the alliance, or it should have been the end of the alliance, because you just can't afford to have that around if you're the Turks in particular. The real question here in the winter is, as far as I'm concerned, the French build. You're tempted to continue to do whatever you need to do, maybe build another army to make sure Wardy's not screwing around with you in Burgundy or something. Or do you go ahead and send a unit down to help Jackson? This is always the question with France. When do you send something into the Med and why? I'm not sure I know the answer to that right here, but it's something you have to think about, I believe.
I build a fleet in Marseille in this situation as much as I can. I love this situation as France when this happens, when Italy's sort of under threat, because Italy's hard to take out, especially when you have a good player tactically like Jackson. And if you can prop Italy up, even for a season and a half, Italy will get to a point where it's like, take my stuff. Or you have enough time to set up a line to where it induces the East to turn on each other.
The counter argument here is that Wardy has 3 units poised on your border. And there's apparently a Russo-German pact of some kind. There's a Ribbentrop, Molotov pact of some kind here. And so it might be a little dangerous to build the fleet Marseille, which, yes, makes sure that Austria can't sleep in or whatever, but you're not helping yourself. Otherwise, obviously, you'd want to go to Lyon from there and put an army into Marseille. But is Wardy coming? I mean, we don't know because we're not in the middle of the diplomacy rooms.
Well, it's really hard for Wardy, right? Because England is there, and Russia's helping, so he's probably going to have to go to the north now. But I can see that this is not, as a guy who has a fetish for FG, this is not how one's run. This is advantage France big time, and I would be so mad if I was Wardy at France.
We get Army Marseille, so perhaps a little bit of that distrust there that you were speaking to, David. We've got a disbanded Barents and a build of Army Moscow and Army Vienna, spring of 1903.
Let's see. What Jackson has done is prioritize keeping Micah out of Venice. I mean, he did that to begin with by moving that fleet to the Adriatic. Just is not caring what Nikolai does. Just decided he's only so much. He's got so many holes. He can only put certain fingers in the dike, and he decided to put it in the Venice dike instead of anywhere else. I just think that's an interesting choice. This is what Simon wanted Wardy to do. At least look like you're redeploying those German armies east. At least look like it. So that's a good sign for Simon. Because Simon also wanted the Germans to do North Sea like this. The real issue here is North Sea going to English Channel means that, of course, now they got to worry about what that means. But they do have 2 units on Liverpool, unless the English Channel is used to cut it. So still a decent shot, decent shape for Simon. But if you're France and you're worried about, for example, the Turks sending fleets too early to the west, there's already a Turk in Tunis. And the Italians have no interest in stopping them. So the question here is Nikolai going to be incentivized to just go around Jackson, let Jackson stymie Micah, and go at exactly, Chris, do a breakout to the west? Interesting. And does Nikolai care about doing something like that in this game in December when he's already the first to the top seed? Does he want to do something that bold or just do something less bold? I mean, that's another decision that has to be made.
Highly frustrating if I'm Micah that Ionian did not cut Adriatic or Apulia here. It's supposed to be cooperation I'm sure Nikolai will say, well, do it in the fall. Well, it's going to be too late now. Because Venice can be, supported.
And they could still do it.
Oh, the Fleet. Yeah, Fleet Tuscany can't support.
It's a Fleet Tuscany. And look, Micah knew this was happening. She was supporting Eastern to Ionian. So she knew that Ionian was not going to remain there.
Yeah, but look, Bulgaria is supporting Romania to Serbia. I don't know what was being said there.
I don't know, but if they'd have done it, they would have lost to Ukraine. So I don't know, something's going on there.
And the other thing is the key. I'm sorry, Brian, is that the movement of the armies are a complete arrangement, because if North Sea was dislodged and Belgium to Ruhr made it, that's where North would have retreated. And he didn't want that to happen.
Yeah, so you're saying Germany and Russia coordinating those German bounces.
Correct.
Yeah, I read it the same way.
It would not surprise me, because I do think there is a pretty strong RG relationship right now. Maybe not a full alliance, but it's some kind of understanding.
Yeah, that's a good example.
Be a really good one. Like that sort of pincer movement with RG is a real test of France.
It's a good example of a power that, like last turn, we could have easily seen Warsaw move into Silesia, and that would have definitely stressed. That would have been a big stressor on this relationship. By waiting to do that, now there's some opportunities to kind of build trust. And I'm a big believer that in the game of diplomacy, I like to envision a cup, and it's my cup of trust. And over the game, I get to insert pieces into that cup of trust, and then every once in a while, I'll cash those out for some kind of benefit. But to me, that's a currency in the game. And this kind of stuff where it's small, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but you're building up that cup of trust. And there may be an opportunity for somebody to cash in on that, depending on how things go in this game.
Brian, you need to be bitter. My cup of trust is already kind of full when I enter a game based on player history.
Okay. That's the secret to my lack of success then.
Ed, your cup runneth over is what you're trying to say. All right, fall 1903. Yeah, England prioritizes going to Mid-Atlantic as opposed to hitting Wales and not losing Liverpool. But the RG continues. Look at that support into Edinburgh, putting the Germans in Edinburgh. They are also still doing the bounces. Those German armies are still poised in Belgium, Ruhr, and Munich after all this time. Moscow to Sev, it's interesting because you would think maybe you might want, or maybe he wants to build in St. Well, he's not building. The Russians are not building. Anyway, that's just an interesting move. Could be setting up some interesting things there. The Austrians do, in fact, leave now, even though the Turks were supporting them. The Austrians do, in fact, leave Romania, so that's interesting. And like I said earlier, Jackson just couldn't care less about Nikolai taking his stuff. So he goes, just leaves Naples alone, and there we go. Interesting.
Yeah.
The Turks don't help Micah. Again, that happens.
Yeah. Micah, the writing was on the wall a season ago. I don't care that she supported the unit into Ionian. Whatever was done was a trick. Austria is next on the hit parade between Russia and Turkey. Romania is gone, I think.
Well, the Russians tried to leave Ukraine. Look, they were trying to leave Ukraine. That's good faith, right? Putting some chips in the trust cup.
Correct, yeah. For the units that always bounce. So I'm reading this as I'm next. I'm the odd person out in 1904. The other thing is I don't quite understand. It was always it's completely obvious that all these bounces are arranged, and now it's not a bounce, right? Russia's actually supporting North Sea into Edinburgh. And goodbye, England. England should have gone for Brest, by the way. I mean, now England's gone. But I don't quite understand. Maybe David or Brian can explain why Germany just didn't move Ruhr to Burgundy, supported by Belgium here.
Didn't think they were ready to show their true colors yet. They do it with the build from Edinburgh, maybe do it with the build. I don't know. Maybe leaving his options open. I mean, I can see some reasons. Do you always want to do tip-off moves in the fall? Not you generally not in the fall. I mean, the French are getting a build, right?
Well, if I'm Russia, I'm not really happy because the only place that can be built is an army in Berlin. So maybe Wardy's trying to play it both ways. I subscribe to the Doug Morris School of Playing Germany because he's the best at it, and I've watched that tape that he did with how to play it, and he's always like, you got to get your units away from your home centers, and it's a slow process here for Wardy for that to happen.
I still think he's in decent position. I mean, I think he can probably make some decisions here about which way he goes. It's good to have options.
Definitely leaves options. It would be a commitment to make that move now, but on the flip side, how many opportunities are you going to get to make that move, especially with France already having 2 of the 3 English centers? Be fascinating to watch. In the East, I think we would all agree that that's in essence a stab by Nikola against Austria. Like, it's not really technically a stab, but I mean, it's about as close to a stab as you could make without actually committing or taking a unit off your quote ally.
Well, let me say one other thing. If you're going to run the 8, and we've already seen the builds, so Turkey's going to at least say that he's still running with Austria, and maybe he is. But if you're going, I've said this before, if you're going to have a long-time stable relationship between Austria and Turkey, Bulgaria actually has to be Austrian. The way you do it is that right there, so you support the Turks. I mean, you support yourself to Bulgaria, or you take Bulgaria because the Turks leave, whatever. That's what you do. The Turks get 1 build. By the way, you don't need 2. Turks get 1 build. The Austrians get a build. That's if you were really running the 18, you're going to do it this way. That's what you would have done. Because they didn't do that, it's just not going to be an AT. I understand the fleets, so maybe it's in the short term going to be an AT. We'll see.
I think he thinks he can take out Austria anytime he wants, so maybe there won't be a stab. I don't know. These fleet builds are interesting. Especially coupled with France building the fleet in Brest. France had to build a, I think, but France is going to be feeling mighty vulnerable to this. Jackson is presenting no resistance to Nikola, as a genius predicted.
Yeah, that's right. And maybe Nikola decides to run the AT here. What does he care? This game is not going to affect his standing. Maybe he just wants to build up some goodwill with Michael Bloom for some future, Trust Cup. Because here you go, Black Sea, Armenia. You can do that if you're the Turks here.
The standings that will be affected by this game, Christopher Ward. Let's watch what happens in the West.
Oh boy. To be honest, my eyes were drawn to the East, where Josh has put the hammer down here on Micah. The Turks really haven't, although they still can. But that's Josh coming in. The Turks, of course, take Venice now because of what can you do? In the West, we do have the Germans now actually redeploying for real to the east, as opposed to trying to, for example, pound into Bulgaria, into Budapest. So that's relevant. He's not going against the Russians. He's trying to send some units down in there to intervene. So very, very interesting. But as you can see, the fleets are coming. Mediterranean fleets are coming for France. And I think France knows that.
I don't quite understand the play on first blush of Wardy. Here's where I'm coming from on that, which is, okay, I'm friends with Russia. Russia tells me he's going to attack Austria. Maybe I get Vienna out of it. I'm going to move in that direction. Russia, however, is not going to help against France in the north. Russia completely backs off. So the first question I have is this an FGR? Maybe not, right? Because that's what the board is telling me it is. But I'm not at all certain that that's a stable alliance that can hold. But that would be the most anti-Nikola, anti-Turkey alliance that they could put together, I think.
It is a very, very narrow window of opportunity if you're the Germans. Well, my opportunity is going to be between Tyrolia, Bohemia, and Vienna. That's a very, very narrow window. And as you say, it's probably not sustainable, Ed, unless you've got some grand design on how you're going to end this game already.
Yeah, I mean, so it's just that he doesn't have enough armies. He's scared to move his armies because of France. But he can't really do anything to France if Russia's not going to help. So, so I guess that's why this happened.
When you run an RG, the Russians obviously go around the corner here.
Right. It's the pincer.
Yes.
So one other storyline that I think may become relevant here, Josh Hennessy coming into this game with only 2 scores. So 100% of this score will count towards his results. Currently sitting at, let me see if I can get that score. Josh is sitting at 99 points. So he would need a monster score to qualify. But that could be something else to keep an eye on, is if Josh is going to really swing for the fences here and try and make something out of this.
Well, Nikolai gave him an opening with the 2 fleets. And even though he doesn't have a fleet in the south, he can get some units and build one if he can hold Nikolai. But I think Nikolai is probably going to read this the way I am. And so I'm curious to see if Austria is going to be an ally of Turkey's going to help Austria here.
Josh is saying in the chat that he pitched to Wardy the Russians going around and helping against the French, and the Germans said, no, thank you. That's interesting.
Well, Nikolai is on board with attacking Austria here. He takes Greece, supports Josh into Serbia. Ukraine backfills in Romania. I don't know what Germany's doing here. Doesn't even attempt to. I guess because Galicia wasn't going to support him into Vienna, this is what he ended up doing. Meanwhile, you see a lot of FG cooperation here. And, I don't know, Josh, you played in the game. If Wardy declined, it doesn't really look like he declined because all his moves are pretty friendly on, he declined FG versus RG versus F. So it's the FG, FGR. That's what it is, which will be successful if they can keep it together in the game.
I guess that's true. I just always hate being the German here, just going back to my home country in Holland. I feel like I'm not accomplishing anything here. I would love to have had the opportunity to go against one or the other.
David, you feel like you are not accomplishing anything because you are not accomplishing anything here.
Well, put yourself in Wardy's position. Wardy here has a really difficult road against France, and he has a difficult road against Russia. They're both difficult, and he's in 8th place. So he's got to get a score. So if he can get 11, if he can get a co-board top, if Josh doesn't get a solo or whatever, Wardy's got a real chance to get in the finals here, and that these decisions, I think.
I understand what you're saying, and McCullis is also saying in the chat that this is a balanced play. You don't want to attack either one of those guys because those are the guys that are going to hold Turkey back. And if Turkey has a really good game, then how am I going to get enough points to stay, go from 8th to 7th? I get all that. Get what McCall's saying. It's just sad. It's just sad if you've got some momentum. I'm a momentum guy. I can't help it. I'm not a balance of power player. Never have been.
So I don't know. Maybe Wardy should try balance of power because everything else comes close.
But if I've got my momentum up there, I've got some opportunities. I want to try to take advantage of them.
Yeah, that's Wardy play 2020 to 2022, right? And then he gets blown up at the end on as two centers. He's really got his top here, so I think this is the right play for him.
It could be. All I'm saying is that it just feels sad. I would hate to have to do this. It just feels sad and boring.
You're making it seem like he's making some compromise of his principles, like he's Paul McCartney and consenting to a Beatles song being played for Nike. Like it's not that
pretty much
bad.
how I feel. That's pretty much how I feel about this.
Wardy will make it. It's not exactly how I feel about
this. He's making Mallis Camares happy, and he's making me sad. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Nike sponsorship on DBN confirmed. So thank you, Ed. So from my read, I can see the argument for this perhaps working out for Christopher Ward, but if that's going to happen, I think there's going to have to be some kind of center for Germany somewhere. I'm assuming Vienna is the prize. Is that the next step?
I don't know.
But there is no chance he's getting Vienna, and if he does get it, he ain't going to hold it.
That's my concern with that approach. So diplomatically, this makes sense, but I don't have the vision, Ed. Where does that center for Christopher Ward come from to get him?
Okay, this isn't so bad, right? Like, this is what I do, which is I just basically weasel my way into center, saying I could really cause problems for one or both of you, even with my sad units all in German centers, and you're gonna want me, you're gonna want my units. Just give them to me. You just got two. I'm really curious to see if now we get a fleet build in Sev. What does Nikola build?
If you don't get a fleet build in Sev and you're Christopher Ward, what are you getting out of this? You got to have that. Either that or I'm figuring out some way to plow into Russia at this point. I got to do something. I'm not going to sit around and watch the RT eat up Austria and get gigantic and not fight each other. I'm not going to do that if I'm Christopher Ward. It's not.
Well, it is 1904 before we see those builds, because I think those will be telling. We'll play Who Do You Like? Ed, I'm going to start with you. Who's your pick to win?
Josh Hennessy.
Josh Hennessy. Why is that?
Well, all the free centers Nikola got are gone. I don't think he's in a position to attack Russia right now. I don't think Simon has much of a chance to advance unless he tries to attack Germany here and get Germany committed more to the east. I really don't see how Germany gains units except for the kindness of strangers and alliance partners. So sort of by process of elimination, I like that. But, it's 1904, and as David always says, and he's not even at 10, but 10 centers in 1904 for Russia ain't 10 centers for anybody else. And he's at 8.
I was just getting ready to say, if you've got Russia and Turkey both at 8, that means Turkey's at like 9 and Russia's at 6. So I'm picking Tayer.
All right. Here we go. No fleet in Sev. Not great for Christopher Ward's Germany. What is this telling us? To me, this could potentially say Josh and Nikola say it's not worth it for us to beat our heads against each other. Is that your read?
It's a bet. Wardy and Nikola are both betting for the heart of Josh. That army build isn't what Chris wanted to see. On the other hand, there are a lot of juicy red centers that don't require a stab just yet of Turkey, and I don't think Nikola is fairly contained now. It has no northern attack.
Micah's adjustments are very key here, as between Russia and Turkey. Very, very important. Very, very anti-Tayer and pro-Hennessy.
That's true. And the fleet. So yeah, whoever.
Yeah, I mean, I just picked Tayer, but those adjustments from Austria I was not expecting, and that really does throw this game way more towards Josh. Now, is this the time that theoretically Germany's going to get this Vienna and Venice and all that stuff that you all are hoping is going to get? Why would Josh do any of that? I just don't see it.
Well, where'd Josh growing? He wants that fleet now, by the way. Like, that's how he gets it.
Josh is going to take Budapest and Vienna and going to say, now I'm in a good position, and then he can build whatever the hell he wants.
All right, so Josh Hennessy taking the lead and saying, who can stop me?
Yeah, if you'd have shown me those two Austrian removals before I talked, I would have said, oh, wait a minute, Hennessy. All right.
Reason, method behind that madness.
Yeah, we got spring. What do we got here? Lots of German bouncing. Germans being supported in the Germans were trying to self-bounce, and the Russians made them go to, the French made them go to North Sea. I don't know what that's going on. Bouncing Armenia makes perfect sense. That's RT friendship bounce. That's not RT fighting bounce, of course. This is just RT to the races. Russia coming through into Western Med, though. France coming through into Western Med. Germans are going down there. He's going down there. He's got Tyrolia, Bohemia. Maybe he figures out some way to get Venice here. I don't think so.
Well, sure. There's a way to get Vienna, but I don't think Josh will give it to him.
Why? Yeah, why would he do that at this point? I understand they're still friends and maybe they're still talking here, but it's getting close to where Josh is not going to need Wardy anymore, except as a dot farm.
The alarm bells are ringing, but it might be a little too late for Wardy here, unless this somehow does inure to his benefit. But this is so obvious that that's not unwanted support. Okay, that's planned. In my mind, between France and Germany here, which is I'm just going to self bounce. But this is how that's what he told Russia, so he didn't lie. He told England to support him in the North Sea, claims it's unwanted, that France is meddling, but he's trying to get slowly, probably too slowly, some position on Josh. And that's what I think we're seeing here.
Go to freaking Norwegian Sea. Because if you didn't get the fleet build in Sev, then that means Russia is not your friend. That's just the way it is, as the Germans. This was the time, and maybe Wardy knows this, and he's just trying to get in position. And the Tyrolia and Bohemia moves are really anti-Russian moves to try to counter the Russian bear in the Balkans, maybe.
Yeah, I think they're fighting. I think that's the right thing for Christopher
But
Ward.
I think if you're fighting, you go to Norwegian.
And Silesia.
I think my read on this, I actually see Josh is saying this in chat. Felt safer with Nikolai because all he needed to do is win the league to survive. That's my read. I think on this game, we've got Nikolai Tayer winning the heart of Josh Hennessy. That beauty pageant has been awarded, and Christopher Ward will not top this board from this position. And I think the big question here, does Josh Hennessy have a good enough opportunity to where he could get those points to try and get into the top 7, or do we go ahead and just start seeing a draw vote?
Well, that's a lot of points to have to get where he is. That's a lot of points. He may just be playing to have a good game. There's nothing wrong with that, honestly.
Are you Josh ain't playing for second, fellas? He's gonna go for it.
No, there's no question about it. That's what a good game means. He's going to try to get a gigantic result. It's not the point is not to get on the top 7. I don't know if he can really do that mathematically. Maybe he can. I'm not a math guy, but all right, here he comes. Germans do actually get into Trieste, so there we go. And in exchange for that, he's relocated away from Berlin into Houston. Okay. We'll see if that's the way to go. He does go to Norwegian, which I think is important.
It's another trick. It's I'll go to Belgium, but
there was a supported bounce in Belgium, right, between the Germans and the French.
Correct. This was not that was the trade, right? I'll go to Belgium if you put me in Venice, something like that. And you notice Berlin goes to, I don't think it matters, but there'll probably be Army build in Berlin now, but I'm curious to see what the Russian build is. We get another North Coast fleet. We get Army Warsaw. What do we get? Because I think he's, like he said in the chat, he's in the Nikolai Tayer camp.
Western to mid-Atlantic to Portugal? Trying to get the Turks to turn around and deal with the East instead of coming west? I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just a misread, right? Because Turkey can't do anything other than
too many fleets. He's got too many fleets.
Other than go. I guess I don't understand Tyrrhenian supports Naples there. Or, it's the other way around. Okay.
There was and the Turkish fleet is disbanded as opposed to retreating to Lyon. That's got to mean something. If I'm Josh, I'm looking at that pretty intently. Oh, wait a minute. He took Serbia anyway. Okay.
Winter of 1905, we get 2 more fleets from Turkey. We get an army in Warsaw from Russia, army in Berlin by Germany, and we see the continued dismantling of Austria, staying alive in Venice, disbanding all other units. Spring of 1906.
Yeah, Trieste lasted a really long time there. Support to Prussia. Turks do go to Black Sea. I think that was pretty obvious when he disbanded the fleet. That was clearly he was in fact going to relocate to the east, and that's what he's doing. Letting the French go and do whatever the French want to do, which means taking stuff from Wardy, I think. So this is quite a pivotal turn. Probably makes sense for Nikolai to do this, even from just to play the game, forget about it's in a tournament point of view. It's probably a decent idea to make sure that, there's not any chance that his position gets screwed. He was going to Black Sea to block that. Anyway, that's what's going on.
I don't think
Trieste he wasn't going to keep Trieste. I mean, that was just no way.
So the psychology of this is Chris just holding too tight to the edge here. And he really wants to work with Josh. The deal was Josh puts him into Serbia. Romania is supposed to cut Bulgaria. Budapest is supposed to support. Tyrolia then backfills in Trieste. And he's going against Nikolai here. And that's why he backs off Norwegian to Edinburgh. Because I think he thought this was sort of his only play. But his real only play was to try and attack Russia, but that's really hard. The FGR decision, I guess in retrospect, should have just been attacking R, like David had been advocating for a long time, because he did not correctly assess that Nikolai did not need a first or care about a first, and wasn't going to be a bad ally to him. I think it's a really hard call for Wardy, but now Wardy's in real trouble.
And let's be clear about this. I don't know that Wardy would have been successful in attacking the Russians or the French when I was advocating that he do one or the other. I don't know. Maybe not. But it would have given him a chance to do something. I just didn't see this strategy giving him a chance to do much of anything. But again, it may not have worked anyway. His position wasn't great anyway. When you've got a very strong France and Russia without people really fighting them, and they didn't have anybody really fighting them hard, it'd be hard to be successful against either one.
Yeah, it was a rough spot for sure.
But that's why Ed and I were both saying what Wardy really wanted was for Josh to go around the horn there in North Atlantic and help him against the French. And then you hope that you can get the jump on the Russians later if you're Germany, but you got to go one way or the other. You're fighting a battle in the northern Balkans is just not a recipe for success. But maybe Wardy thought that's all he had.
Well, the juicy fun situation for me right now is we've got a little bit of a weak defense here in the Russian centers. If you were Nikolai Tayer, do you take a swing here? Do you risk jeopardizing what you've built up, or do you feel like you just hang back and play defense?
Yeah, go ahead.
No. I mean, I think you can argue for either one. I would be on the offense because that's just the way I play. But Nikolai is actually, frankly, a little more passive player when he doesn't need to attack. He might not. That's not really his style. He's more of a just sort of wait around because he's doing fine without being aggressive.
So I was going to say the telling move there in spring of 05 or fall of spring of 06 was Terrenian backing up. I mean, everything's backing off fleet wise. So he's either going to attack Russia and be or he's going to be defensive. I actually don't view this as awful, this move to Armenia, although it's scary if you're Josh, particularly since Romania can get cut. But, you know, as we look here in fall 1906, it seems more bounces in Belgium that had to be arranged. I think Rorty might be trying to help France here at some level, but he's backing off of Germany. He's just trying to get as many centers or keep as many centers as he can at this point. And so we will see if there's now going to be RT friction. I mean, Nikolai is obviously capable of stabbing. I don't think it's a great stab. So I have a feeling that they're trying to arrange something between the two of them to set it up for a draw.
So France leaves Belgium because France is not really fighting the Germans?
Yeah, there's some negotiation going on there, I think. Either that or he's just trying to set up for the future. I don't know.
I don't quite understand what Simon's path.
It's non-committal Simon, right? He doesn't really want to attack Wardy, and he doesn't really want to attack Nicola. And I think his hope is to scoop some centers up at the end.
Okay, maybe. Yeah.
I don't hate it. I mean, in this particular situation, I could see an opportunity potentially. Josh Hennessy's fleet build in the north will probably make that a little more challenging and perhaps solidify some French-German cooperation there.
All right, Dave, you got it.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the chat trying to figure out what it all means.
Okay, so we got Bulgaria going to Romania. Obviously agreed Romania walks out. But otherwise, Josh is putting the defense on Russia now, isn't attacking Wardy. I think it's fairly safe to say that Josh is making a signal like, I want to top, but I don't want to do much more. Although the center count changes, right? So Nicola's now at 10. And Josh is at 9. Well,
it's the spring turn. We don't know what's going to happen in the fall.
Yeah, where be those centers, though, for Russia right now? There's not a lot of opportunity for growth unless Nikolai walks out of Romania.
All right, now wait. Simon can now take how many centers? We're going to find out in the fall whether Simon does this. But he could take like 3 or 4.
3. He's definitely got 3. Well, it depends on how cooperative Wardy is, right? Because, I think he can snag 4 theoretically.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
That's okay. That's okay too. That's okay too. Yeah. Because Josh really probably Nikolai doesn't really care, and Josh probably enjoys the fact that he got the 10 center, and he should enjoy the 10 center top. If I'm Simon, I just don't do this. If I care about the result, I don't do this. If I'm Simon, because I've still got a shot at doing better than this. But whatever.
Well, at the end of the day, we end up with a 10-center Russian top by Josh Hennessy. Nikolai Tayer likely, I mean, there's still games to be played, but likely doing enough to hold on to that first place position. Really, really fun game. I loved every second of this. Ed, what's your storyline for this game?
Well, I think the storyline is the RT relationship and the diplomatic cooperation between the two of them. Both of those players getting along make perfect sense. But below the fold here, I think Simon messed up here. And this isn't critical of Simon. I mean, he is non-committal, but this was the time, man, to commit because, this game's not going to run that much longer. Yeah, you got problems, 1 versus 5 fleets in the Med, but Wardy's not advancing in the tournament, I don't think, with this score. Take your 3, get to 10. those other players may have to fight. There's not, and you get your 3 builds, set up a wall. Yeah, Wardy's a little mad, but he can't really do anything to you. I would take my 10 and try and run out the clock on the game. I don't know why he didn't do it. I would have vetoed a draw, told Wardy we're going against Russia. Such as life.
That's for real. If you had a real life commitment, that's okay. That explains everything, and I don't want to say anything more about Simon's situation. If he had something else to do, you could go do something else. Real world concerns do matter.
It's supposed to be fun, so you're playing a game for fun. If you had fun, it's fine.
Yeah, indeed. But just for those that are, if that wasn't a consideration, then what Ed's saying is right. Certainly, what I was going to say is that, Nikolai wouldn't have cared if Simon topped the board. So that would have been. I mean, I don't think the 1 versus 4 fleets would have mattered, because I don't think Nikolai cares if Simon tops the board, as opposed to Josh. What does he care?
Well, there was no change to our top 7 standings based off the results of that game. Christopher Ward staying in 8th place, Nikolai Tayer staying in 1st. Although Nikola's once perfect 100% top share does drop down to a meager 75%. But his score does increase to 440. So that increase is pretty sizable over 2nd place Jackson Roberts, 378. So we do see, here, just show those on screen. It's very, very unlikely Nikolai Tayer does not win this regular season with the result of that game.
He did what he had to do. He's back for the third time in a row in the VDL finals. The one from 2 years ago, I know that people say the DBNI game this year was the best game, but I still think that the VDL finals from 2 years ago is a contender for the best virtual game ever played that he won.
Yeah, we've had some fabulous, fabulous games. And speaking of, we have our next game. Go ahead and transition over to that one. And we've got game 164, named after Brandon Fogel. We have in Austria, Wes Ketchum, who is sitting in just outside the top 10. England, we have Vancouver's own Scotsman, John Jameson. France, we have the marathon man, Cody Green. Germany, we have Bradley Grace. Italy, Christopher Ward coming back for another shot. Russia, Isaac Jukes. And Turkey, Micah also coming back for another round. Man, another great board. David, I'll go to you for this one.
It didn't even occur to me, and it should have, that Wardy could be playing 2 boards here. And this may still matter for him and his chances. So I didn't even think about that. That's on me for not even realizing. Of course, he could be playing two rounds. These are 2 different time zones.
He may play 3 if he doesn't do well in this game. You don't know.
I don't know that his name is Cody Green, but he could try to play 3.
Ed, what are the stories you are looking for in this one?
The relationship between John and Cody will be key. I love playing with John Jameson. I think he's an outside-the-box thinker, and he actually plays the game for fun, but he knows exactly what he's doing. But he can be frustrating as hell. He can support you into 3 centers or stab you for 3, and you don't really know at any time what he's going to do. And I don't know if Cody's going to get along with him well. So I'm looking at, and of course, we've got a great player, Bradley, in the middle there. God, that's such an interesting because I guarantee you Bradley and Cody have history. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's bad. I don't know the history, but they both play a lot in this league. So that's one thing to look out for. And then in the East, I absolutely love the Austria-Italy team here, because those 2 players can work together. Wes and Chris can work together. And then, of course, we just saw Micah get eliminated cruelly, so she'll be looking to
she stayed with 1 center.
And then Isaac, first of all, he's a super fun player to play with, because he's got that British wry sense of humor, and so like at every point he's always got a joke or something funny. It's Isaac Jukes, by the way, and I love playing with the guy, but at some point he's more interested in doing different moves than he is in winning, and so I don't know what will happen.
Well, it's going to be a really, really fun game, both from the mix of players and from their positions in the standings. We've got a large number of people knocking on the door. Wes Ketchum, Bradley Grace. So there's going to be some potential for fireworks in this one. Ed, I'm going to have you lead the play-by-play for this game and take it away of 1901.
You know, I forgot this idea that Bradley probably is super incentivized to take out Cody here, just based on the scoring, and sort of vice versa, right? Cody doesn't want Bradley to do well, so John Jameson might be the belle of the ball, and he opens up standard. It's a little disappointing for John. I expected better out of him, other than what we see from everybody else. Meanwhile, this is the Russ Dennis, Greg Matthews standard France opening for them, which I think is probably, of all the openings, probably the best one, the one I like too. It's certainly defensive. And then in the East, Venice Holding is, well, it's come the new normal. I mean, I know David will tell you it was a thing back in the 80s. That was the common move. In the 90s, Venice moved to Tiroli a lot, and in the aughts. But then, you know, we had the move to Trieste, and you just don't see it a lot now because of all the Italian stabs. And then the old school Turkish opening, which I do like to see, but not if I think there's going to be an AI. And so Micah's making a bet here that, you know, she can make a play for Greece. And then Isaac did what I didn't expect, sort of like John, and made a very standard Russian opening.
The only thing I'll say is, just because spring 1901 is normal doesn't mean like 1902 is going to be normal. Jameson will figure out a way to convoy to North Africa.
This game does read like a circa 1999 kind of opening. Fun to see it in the current meta, making a little bit of spice, or perhaps returning back to an old standby. Fall of 1901.
Do you want me or Dave?
Go ahead, Ed. You'll stay play-by-play for this one.
I think Cody will find out that this move for Ruhr isn't as fun as it seems. Every time I've seen this in a game, it doesn't seem to work out. But certainly right now, I think Cody's made a play to be on John's side with this move. John gets into Belgium. Bradley felt like he had to cover Munich, but he does take Holland. You know, Bradley, obviously unnecessary support to Sweden. But, you know, Bradley needs a friend, I think, or at least that's the perception. John, again, is capable of changing his tune. But right now, EF in the West is the way I'm reading it. And in the East, look at this. This is pretty unusual by Wes. Didn't he think he was going to be sneaky in some way, right? Now, I've done this, but only when I know Ionian is going to Aegean. But the bounce out of Trieste, and if Ionian had gone to Aegean and had Italy gotten Trieste, if Albania got into Ionian, anyways, I guess what I was saying is it could have gone a lot worse for Italy than it did, and it was smart of Christopher Ward to snuff all this out. And that army in Bulgaria is in Greece, which is devastatingly bad for Austria. Oh, it's really bad.
I actually think this was Wes sniffing out the fact that Italy was coming for him. That's what this really was. He was hoping that maybe Italy was going to go to Tunis here and he would slip out, but he knew that Italy was coming with two armies. That's why he bounced it.
I mean, Maxima Culpa, you're probably right, Dave.
But I agree that it's a long-term not great for West, but it would have been even worse if he didn't notice it coming and didn't bounce Trieste like that. The real question here is, how does this affect the Russians are now in Galicia and Romania. That matters with armies. Okay, so Wes's position is terrible, period. But I do think that he realized something was coming and did his best. It wasn't enough, but he did his best.
I think you're right in retrospect.
Yeah, I think the tell there is the move of Serbia into Bulgaria.
Correct.
I don't think you do that if you're not smelling something.
Yep.
So, winter of 1901, fairly standard builds, but there's a little bit to talk about. David, you're shaking your head, so I'm going to you.
Okay, I'm seeing a lot of armies, which is fine-ish, but we know what we say on DBN when the Germans don't build a second fleet, or sometimes when the French don't build a second fleet. We go, man, that really limits your options. And I understand the situation here. You've got an enemy army in Ruhr. I mean, I get all that, but wow, it sure does limit your diplomatic options, doesn't it? Even the English don't build a freaking fleet. They build an army. So, wow. Yeah, you're right. That's true. I didn't even notice there was no fleets in the East either. The Turks built an army. What in the bloody hell?
Ed, go ahead.
I don't think I've ever seen that. And again, I say this, I've been playing this game since the mid-1980s. I don't think I've ever seen a winter without a fleet build.
Winter 1901.
Yeah, winter 1901 without a
Yeah, no, I've never seen it. I've never seen Army Liverpool.
See, I told you, just wait for Jameson. He will come and do whatever weirdness you're expecting. He'll do it.
But it's so bizarre. It's sort of strange, right? Which is, okay, the Germans don't build a fleet because they're trying to say, fine, I'm going to just support everything and you guys can go to hell. And, you know, I think it's trying to draw John against France, which oddly enough, usually when you don't build a fleet, you induce England to attack you. But here, it might actually work. And England might attack France, you know, maybe, I don't know.
If you're going to predict what Jameson's doing here, I'd say good luck to you, Ed. I'm not making any predictions.
My read on this is Bradley Grace's builds are because Ed Sullivan, you were correct. John Jameson is the belle of the ball, and I think he is loving being the belle of the ball, and his builds make it to where people are still going to want to court him instead of him making a commitment in 1902.
I think he needed to build a fleet and bro. I mean, you know, like North Sea's vulnerable, Norway's vulnerable. Norway just got lost, so you know, we see that happening. We do see John supporting Holland into Ruhr. So right now he's pro Bradley, but Bradley cuts North Sea and supports, is that Sweden into Denmark? What is Belgium doing? Belgium may be supporting Ruhr to Holland then. Yeah. Okay. So it's still the EF, but nothing happened. Okay. I don't know which one was a mistake.
Yeah. John, don't tell us. We don't want to know. We just,
I don't know which one.
We enjoy what you're doing without explanation.
Look, you're crazy genius, right? So everything's planned, John. Don't backtrack. In the East, well, if West was in trouble,
why did Ruhr not go to? I mean, why did that not bounce? Did Ruhr
because
not
Belgium supported? Because Ruhr didn't move. I don't think.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's two supports. I see it. Never mind. All right.
Well, he had two support. Well, I don't think. I don't know what the order of. Oh, he supported Holland to. Well,
there's three Germans attacking Ruhr. I didn't notice that at first. I get it now. It's two. It's 3-on-2. It's 3-on-2.
Who would known that Kiel is bordered Ruhr? But like I said, that Ruhr move doesn't work out very much. And there you go. But this is really the turn of the game, albeit a short game so far for Wes. It's in Greece. Italy, Wardy totally backs off. Venice to Tuscany, even though there were no reason to do that other than to gain some diplomatic favor, which I think maybe it will.
I agree. Good
idea. And he'll take Tunis in the fall. Wardy will, and here we go. We're into Romania for Austria, and God, I mean, you had all those problems for Austria, and he got out of it in 15 minutes. Pretty impressive by Wes.
As soon as there was no Turkish fleet build, it's like, okay, but sometimes if Turkish fleet build can mean that you're throwing in with the AT, but here it meant I've only got one place to go, which is Armenia.
Well, and it just shows how important that bounce in Bulgaria was to get that to prevent that second Turkish build. That we would not be having this conversation if that had taken place.
Yeah. It also meant that there couldn't be a build in Con, which limited Micah's flexibility. But anyway, fall 1902, Austria leaves Romania.
I don't understand. I think
maybe
he thought he couldn't defend it. Turkey thought Romania was going to Sev. Like Turkey, Micah thought he was going to Sev. That's why you get the support, and that's why he's going to black.
Oh my gosh!
But
Wes was worried about Bulgaria to Serbia and Con to Bulgaria, I guess.
Maybe he thought it would bounce. I don't know. I don't think he intended to not take center.
Well, he couldn't have thought Sev would bounce because he's hitting Galicia. There's no way that would have bounced if the Turks let him in. And wouldn't that have been awesome to have an Austrian army in Sev at this point?
Yeah, but there might have been a breakdown over Greece. I don't know.
I don't know either. It's interesting, though.
Meanwhile, England's back in Norway because Norway backed out to St. Petersburg. So there's a détente now between the English and the Russians. And the EF is still on. York, convoys and succeeds and gets into Holland. That's really good news for John. So McAllis, as usual, has the funny comment. That's right.
All right. Well, this was a roller coaster of a game so far already. Now we get two builds from England. Let's see.
Or maybe not.
Yeah, let's see what those turn out to be. Yeah, so this is fun.
Okay, hold on. I hope there's a fleet build. I hope there's a fleet build.
We got a few.
We got several fleets. Liverpool is a great place to build armies, apparently. It's just a really fetching place to build armies.
Yeah, ironically, not the purpose of Liverpool in the world, building armies. But
pretty much exactly the opposite.
but here we go. And in spring 1903, we see England improving his position, getting into Helgoland now, still with complete peace with Isaac in the north. I didn't think the Scots and English got along that well, but they are in this game. And let's see, Cody's moves are best interpreted as, I don't want Italy to think I'm attacking them, and I don't want England to think I'm attacking them. I'm put all my units in just where David wants, where they can't do much harm. And then in the east, now we get Turkey. This is always sort of a good play for Turkey, getting into Romania, but I wouldn't want to see Greece move to Aegean. That might just be West getting Micah out of the way a bit, because now there's stuff she might have to think about covering.
He's also supporting into Galicia, though, so you got to think West is all in on attacking the Russians. The Greece to Aegean is an interesting move, though. It really is.
It's not an arranged bounce, so we know that. And I can't think of me being happy to see that if I'm Turkey.
This might be Wes Ketchum saying, I'm getting myself some points here.
Well, Wes is on the second page. If
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken, he needs to have a good.
He's around 12 or 13th, I believe, right?
Yeah, and and he seems to have good warding management. I don't really know.
So Wes Ketchum, sitting in 12th place, is going to need over 60 points in order to increase his score to move up to 328, which was the cutoff going into this at least. He's got to go from 279 to 328. So he'll need more than that 60. So he'll need probably in that 100-point plus range to do it, but it's within his grasp.
Well, you don't do it by moving to Aegean and do a 1-dot stab when you can't cover Greece. I mean, that's not what's happening here. Wes is too good of a player for him to think that's what he's doing. Yeah, he's just going back.
Yeah. You want to take this, Dave?
Sure. Austrians do take Romania because Romania is going to CEF. So this is still AT-ish, moving that fleet back. Maybe the Aegean thing was to get Chris to do this as opposed to something else. I'm not sure. Still can't figure out the Aegean move, to be perfectly honest. Wes is a good guy. I'm sure he had a plan, but I can't think of what it is. In the West, Yorkshire, it would love to go to Syria at some point. We may see that in this game. You never know with John. Putting himself in position maybe to make a play on Denmark in the fall. Spain to mid-Atlantic, Portugal to Spain. That's a whole lot of nothing, Cody. What are you doing there?
Okay, so I'm confused by several things, which is why I wish, I had the Camariti's brain right now. There's no doubt that Austria and Italy are cooperating with each other, have been for quite some time. Chris has totally backed off, self-balancing in Venice and the whatnot. It's also obvious that France and Italy are not fighting. And it's sort of obvious that Austria, while friends with Chris, is also friends with Turkey. So Chris isn't moving against Cody in France, and he decided to attack Wes's ally in Turkey, setting up here for, I assume, a convoy, or an attack. But West just backed off, moving Aegean to Greece. And I feel like Wardy really is playing Italy like Italy right now. And I'd be curious to see what happens.
Yeah, we don't have enough information to know exactly what's happening here, except Wes has certainly turned his game around in a way that must be satisfying to him.
Well, he's Austrian, so you don't know, but yeah.
It's given what was happening in 1901, this is a way better position than he might have expected to be in 1903.
Maybe we've got a delayed AI. Christopher Ward's convoys up into Smyrna or something like that.
I would not be surprised.
Turkey's building and Austria left Aegean, so this is not a very good AI if it's an AI.
Well, I think we might see a late forming heir.
All right, well, we get the fleet build. I personally completely agree with that decision there, based off this situation. We get an army in Vienna, Russia disbanding in Sweden. Hate to see that fleet go when you're Russia. Spring of 1904.
Here comes Cody.
Cody got impatient. He didn't set this up the right way. Marseille needed to slip into Gascony, on this move set. You want to have that army go to Clyde, or directly into Liverpool, which I guess he can still get Liverpool, but I prefer to have the army on the continent when you're trying to take out England. The hilarious thing here is Germany and France making up, right? Which is, Cody, I'm going to dangle in front of you a really good game for you. You can take Belgium. I'll put you in there. You can take Liverpool. And I think this was coming with that fleet move to Mid-Atlantic in the fall of 2003. And I think John should have been aware, should have thought of that. Maybe he did. And I don't think I would have convoyed. Still could have taken Denmark if you wanted to with the fleet. And so it's now an FG. thing is, John's the kind of guy who's not going to get upset with stabs.
Mm-mm.
So it'll be very. Sometimes I feel like that's my problem too. Maybe I should be madder when I get stabbed, but I usually try and work it out with the person. And sometimes they keep going, and sometimes they don't. Meanwhile, in the East, all right. So I guess we're attacking Austria now, Chris, because didn't want to attack Turkey, didn't want to attack France. And all this was an elaborate play to attack Austria. Maybe Austria was upset that Aegean moved back to Greece before, but it's definitely an AT. It's definitely an AT. And with the idea of Warsaw for Austria, I assume, in the fall, trading Romania for it. That's my read.
Yeah, I agree with all that. And the thing about Wardy is he didn't really have any choice here. He had to do something. He wanted to attack Turkey, but Austria wasn't going to do it with him. So he really did. Now it has nothing to do except take a shot at Austria. That's really what Wardy's thinking is. Let me say one thing about this. The one great missed opportunity here was Cody ordering Paris to Picardy, which would have been way better than supporting himself to Burgundy here. If you think you're going to get into Belgium, cut off the retreat angle. Getting into Belgium and having the English go to Picardy really slows you down.
If you're in with the Germans, you're in with the Germans. Paris to Picardy, Marseille to Burgundy.
Correct. Yeah, that is a missed opportunity.
But I guess, yeah, correct. Yeah.
But I completely agree with you about the convoy from Yorkshire. You really, fleets are cool. Denmark's a great place for a fleet. Yeah. I know he would like to have the armies, and then he's got 2 armies on Kiel, man. I get all that. But it was just too dangerous in this situation, with Cody having not committed into the Mediterranean.
John Jameson really wishing he had an army in Liverpool right now.
that was good.
Fall of 1904. Here we go.
But it does mean that Cody had to go to Brest, which he absolutely did not want to do because it covers it up, and now he can't build there. So it's just awful that he had to worry about that English army in Picardy. Sorry, Ed.
No, it was your turn anyways. I was just saying because Brian said the fall, and I'm like, it's the fall of John Jameson. He loses Belgium in the spring, but now he loses Holland and Liverpool. Yeah, it sucks about Brest, but Germany's not upset to see that. But yeah, not a great turn for John. Although John did get Kiel, or no? Is that I can't tell with the subway map.
No, he didn't get Kiel.
I don't think he got it.
He tried to get Kiel.
He got Sweden, but he lost Norway. That's not unreasonable. Maybe that was even agreed. I don't know. Is this an AT mover? They didn't get Warsaw, so nothing was cut. Instead, Micah convoys to Bulgaria, decides to try and attack Austria with Italy, except Italy didn't launch much of an attack on Austria. He was worried about, I guess, the fleet there doesn't support Venice to it would have all bounced, but
there's a lot of confusion going on here, except advantage Micah Bloom.
Yeah, this is like once Italy closes that circle around the black, you're not getting them out of the game.
No, Micah's in good shape here. I don't know whether in the long run Micah would have rather had an Austrian ally, but this is not an Austrian ally.
I do not believe they have an Austrian ally at this point.
I don't think so.
No, clearly West thought that support would be cut and he would get Warsaw.
It would have worked, correct?
Yes.
If the Turks had done that. But, of course, the Turks could have lost Sevastopol in that situation.
Yeah, but they're also picking up rum, so, yeah. All right, winter of 1904. We've got 2 adjustments from Cody Green's France, building in Paris and fleet in Marseille. Our disband from West Ketchum is Silesia, and John Jameson's is in Picardy. Army Khan as our build for Turkey. I really like some of these adjustments. Eds, what's your thought?
I think it had to be an Army Khan. No way she could have built a fleet. I like John's.
She could have built a fleet if she was going to have an AT.
Oh, well, yes, but that was clearly off the table. And then everything else seemed fine to me. I mean, Cody had to build a fleet too. He would have preferred it to be in Brest, but that's where it had to go. And maybe bought some goodwill. Maybe John's trying to buy a little goodwill. Not that our unit in Picardy could have done anything, but John may be trying to make nice with Cody.
I will just pause here. Karthik, Hookham Ed, great commentary. I agree. Third best commentary out of all of us right now. So,
Karthik,
at least I was on the. I got a medal.
Karthik, you could say whatever you want to about Ed. He's still not going to trust you in the next game, so just give it up.
All right, so a little behind here. I went one turn too far, but it's time to pick them. David Hood, who's your pick to win it?
I'm going to go Micah Bloom in Turkey.
Ed Sullivan.
I know the meta of DBN is to pick someone else, but I'm not doing it. Micah should win.
All right. No love for Cody Green's France.
Cody's obviously got a shot. I really wish it wouldn't take him 2.5 years to get his units in position. That's what happens when you have to build in Marseille.
Who's got the easy centers in front of him? When Turkey's on this roll, it's good. But the thing is, there's a lot of Russian units there too. I mean, Isaac and Wes can slow it down, but not with Wardy.
All right, McCullis. All right, you all in the chat can make your predictions now as well. Spring of 1905. Ed.
Okay. Let's see here. I'm pretty sure that channel bounce was arranged. I don't really know what Cody's doing except leaving. Doesn't go to Clyde, so maybe John did buy peace at some level, but back to the Sitzkrieg. No one advanced except Germany got Denmark, if I'm reading that correctly. As Chris Brand say, that's interesting. That's good. That's good for Bradley that John goes down. John's going to help Cody, I guess. We'll see what happens. But, I mean, Cody's not going into Ruhr. Cody's not doing the things to incentivize John further, so I don't really know. Meanwhile, this cooperation between Russia and Austria, which I thought was pretty obvious looking at the map, has begun. The push on Micah begins, and look who's involved. Again, Italy's all about where you're getting your 5th and 6th dots, and I don't think Chris Ward has a plan for that.
He's tried various things. It just
it's like we're back on attacking Russia. I mean, Turkey here.
The minute you and I pick Micah Bloom, everything.
Well, I think it was because look, she was there. I mean, Chris has played this so, so scared that she might turn him again. And maybe Chris will be in Trieste in the fall. Who knows?
I actually thought that was what was going to happen. Well, but that is what's happening. I actually thought there was going to be an IT here is what I assumed when Turkey built that army. I thought that was going to be in IT, which apparently maybe it is.
The bigger news, that's good for Chris. I'm happy for him. That was the right deal to make, and they set it up perfectly. But even beyond that, though, the better part is Micah making peace with Russia. Russia just saying, all I want was Seb back. I want my home center back. I can't be involved in alliance with my home center. I use that line all the time. Get out of my home, and I will be your friend. And so she got everything she wanted, so that was really good for her. Meanwhile, I think I'm reading. I don't know what what Skagerrak is doing. Skagerrak supporting Sweden to Denmark, which didn't go. Yeah. Instead, Bradley worked his magic, I think. Somehow Norway gets into Sweden. So that's good for Isaac. And I guess France is back on the attack England plan. Not
Certainly
attacking,
wouldn't look like-
definitely not attacking Wardy.
Nope.
There is a lot of love in Europe right now, at least in the West. Winner of 1905, we've got 2 more disbands from John Jameson in England. We get a build from Bradley Grace, holding on to Denmark, which might be one of a very pivotal adjustment that could have really changed the.
Yeah, we didn't make enough big deal about the fact that he guessed correctly and Jameson did not. That was pretty important. And look, McCallis's picks are off to the races. There's +1 for Italy and +1 for Germany. So
What are those guys build? I think it's a tough call for both of them.
Who are the 2? Germany and Russia?
No, Italy.
Italy and Russia.
I think you got to build a third army as the Italians. I think you've got to. That's really where your potentiality is just pumping some more armies up in there. I think. And if you're Bradley, where you just cooperated with the Russians and there's 2 English being killed and France is gigantic.
I really, really want my fleet that I didn't build earlier in the game right now.
I'm 100% building a fleet.
Yeah, I would normally say yes here, but a lot of this depends on the diplomatic situation that we don't know between Bradley and Cody, for example.
I think that if I am both players, I think they're both experienced enough to where they could see the value of that fleet. Normally, that would be viewed as very threatening. If I were Germany or Russia, I would not be happy to see that. But in this particular situation, I think if somebody, it could be a line, I could be getting suckered, but I would believe Germany when they said, hey, I can only build my fleet in Berlin, but I really need that fleet.
I can see that too.
You know, he could have built a fleet, I think, earlier, but he didn't do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, in 1901, lots of people could have built fleets.
All right, so we end up with another fleet in North St. Pete, and we get a fleet in Berlin, as discussed. Army in Moscow, army in Smyrna, and fleet in Naples. So I was also predicting that army. Interesting. So to me, that would signal perhaps a Western move. I'd be getting a little nervous if I were Cody Green seeing that fleet in Naples.
I would get a little bit concerned if I were Micah there, but maybe not. All right, look at this. I was going to say one quick thing. It is so gratifying if you're the Russians and you had to pull your fleet to eventually be able to rebuild a northern fleet. Because it doesn't happen very often. Usually when you've had to pull that fleet, you're in bad shape and you're not going to get it back. Look at there. It's got a fleet in Norway now. And an army in freaking Edinburgh because, again, that's what the sort of thing John does. He's just having fun, and we're having fun watching it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame John for this, right?
Nope.
You know, he can't gain a friend, and everything's been cool the whole time with Russia, so I'm going to help Russia here. Great. So, I think that's probably the right move. Russia definitely. It'll be curious to see what happens now in Sweden, like because there's, I think 10 out of 10 chances Bradley goes for Sweden here. So does John sort of help Isaac keep Sweden? You know, I don't know. Meanwhile, I just want to show something to players. Every time you have what seems to be a frustrating problem, there's always a good solution. I never have a problem, except in my next game when someone quotes me on this, putting an Italian fleet in Greece like this from Turkey, right? You know, it's no real threat to the Balkans. Isn't really going to hurt me from behind. Gets Wardy a center. I'm getting a center. That's cool. Now, I don't know what's happening here with Russia and Turkey yet. They were cooperating before. They still may be cooperating, but I might be a little scared if I'm Micah about this.
Yeah, something. I mean, obviously, when Austria is dead or almost dead, there's going to have to be a rearrangement of some kind, and it's still a little unclear what it will be. Still got to like Cody's position here, though. You basically just have stuff to eat, and nobody's coming at you yet. And we'll see what Tyrrhenian Sea does. There it comes.
Yeah, it's not arranged because in the old France Italy bounce thing, like
and Piedmont's coming. I mean, so it's clearly not arranged.
It's actually kind of interesting, right? Because I think Cody thought he could walk into Tunis and cover Spain if necessary with Gascony, but I don't think or Marseille, so now I don't think he really goes for Tunis. Instead, he's going to have to cover both. But he can't defend Marseille. I mean, it's got problems. Cody's got problems, but he gets a build, right? Okay, it's fall move, so maybe
because he's getting London.
Paying attention to. No problems for Cody. Cody's devoid of problems because he's going to get his necessary build. Meanwhile,
look at Bradley getting Sweden because John decides to hit Norway.
John just convoys Sweden to Edinburgh and now cuts.
Was Norway even supporting? No, there was only Denmark for the English support Skagerrak to Sweden.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So Isaac's giving it to him.
Isaac's just letting him have Sweden. Okay.
All right. Okay, no problem. Meanwhile, Micah's doing great, right? She's got Isaac, Fedham, Budapest. Kind of think we overlooked Isaac here on Who Do You Like?
McCallus didn't.
Yeah. Come on, man. You're awake. You might need to join in. I got to the bathroom. It's like 2.5 hours so far. Meanwhile, what did Serbia do? Supported Budapest? Supported Trieste. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, Micah's friends with everybody. But you know what? Micah can't now be friends with everybody because Wes is basically gone, except for Vienna. So now what happens? She held those fleets. So are we gonna see Khan to Black, Smyrna, Armenia? Is that coming in the fall?
Should be.
I think that'll come in the spring turn, I would think.
In spring, yeah.
All right, well, let's see. It's an interesting point in the game. I like Turkey having control of Serbia. I think that puts them in a point where they will be having some influence over what happens in the rest of the Balkans. I think the big question for me is going to be West. I guess we probably have Christopher Ward building Fleet Naples to help cover Tunis. Is that the right thing here?
Wait a minute. Why didn't Austria take Trieste there? Albania didn't support the attack.
It is interesting. Albania supported Serbia.
Interesting. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was just wondering how that.
Budapest to Trieste.
I guess he didn't think the attack would work because Venice could support it. I don't know.
No, he's supporting Budapest. He didn't get his order in on time. He's supporting Budapest to Trieste, but Budapest didn't. Oh, wait.
No,
he didn't cut. He should have cut. That's just a mistake.
That should have worked. If in fact he supported Budapest to Trieste, that would have
Trieste. Serbia defended Trieste.
I see. I see. I get it.
It's a 3-on-3. It's math. Yay, math.
It's the second time I've done that tonight. I apparently can't count to 3. The number shall be 3, not 2 or 4, but 3.
All right. Winter of 1906. We get another Northern Fleet build from Isaac Jukes. Love to see that. Army Berlin disband. We say farewell to John Jameson. Thank you for making this a fun game. We do see Fleet Marseille, Fleet Rome, and we have West Ketchum down to 1, disbanding in Albania. Spring of 1907.
West goes to Tyrolia, which is a much more fun place than Vienna, I guess. Let's see. What are we doing here? Spain. He's getting into Spain, leaving Tunis alone because he didn't think he could hold it. Turks do, in fact, go to Black Sea and Armenia. I was expecting that because she really couldn't attack Italy because Italy's going to help hold back the French. So even I, the non-balance of power player, can see that. Let's see. Bradley is committing, certainly not committing against the Russians. So Bradley's also trying to move to be in position to do something against the French if he needs to. Isaac must not have been expecting the Turkish move, because why don't you just go to Ukraine here? Why are you bouncing in Ukraine? Just go to Ukraine. You know what I mean? What good is it to stay in Warsaw?
Isaac trusted Micah. He didn't see this coming.
Even if you trust but verify, as a famous American statesman once said.
Quoting a Russian expression.
Indeed. But Warsaw to Ukraine, I mean, why not do that?
Yeah, this is Isaac just trusted Micah here, which didn't make any sense given what we had seen from Micah. I mean, like, Isaac had to think Micah was going to move against him or Chris. And it made more sense for her to move against him than Chris. Therefore, my move should be defensive, even if you don't want to attack Turkey. Cody here is putting up a defense of Iberia and Marseille. He's making nice with the Germans with an arranged bounce in Burgundy and support. So Cody is betting that Bradley is going to go for Norway or help him somehow and on the island. I don't know if either of those things are true because Bradley
does not seem likely.
Well, just from a meta perspective, Bradley needs to score way higher for him to have a chance. So, but that's the bet Cody's making here. But Cody really doesn't have a choice because of this Italian pressure. So, he's got to play the cards he's dealt, and he doesn't have a good hand. And I'd be
still liking Micah Bloom's chances here, aren't you, Ed?
She's got the best position, and she's got Russia on the run. She's going to take Sev for sure. She might put Wardy into. Might try and put Wardy into Budapest. I mean, I don't know. Wardy may take Vienna. I don't know. But as a great player, Karthik Kona said, Serbia is the crown jewel of the Balkans, and as long as she has that crown jewel, she's got a good position. I would still pick her to win.
Ed, I'm going to say the same thing to you I said to Karthik. You could butter up Karthik all you want. He's still not going to trust you in the next game. So you guys could just stop it. Just stop it.
So there was a comment here. Not sure France or Italy can afford to have this war with each other. Normally I would agree with that, but I think from a standing standpoint, there's a very, very strong incentive for both Bradley Grace and Christopher Ward to see Cody Green not do well. So I can see in this instance Christopher Ward's goal not being necessarily to grow in this situation, but just to make sure that Cody Green does not grow, in the hopes that maybe Bradley Grace could move in, unlock some stuff, and give them both a chance at perhaps moving up in the score.
Yeah, but I think McAllister's point is like the way he's going to do that, he's going to be totally vulnerable to being down at the Chris Ward 2 centers at the end problem because of Micah.
Yeah.
And having played a little bit with Micah, I don't think she cares about this meta stuff at all. Like, I think she's just like, I'm going to maximize what I can do in this game.
As well as she could. Yeah. Now, what Cody's got to hope here, because he couldn't figure out a way to make any friends, honestly, needed some friends. He was going to hope that Russia, Turkey stayed together and put pressure on Germany and Italy, but that was unlikely.
Yeah, McCullis, I do agree. Cody or Wardy won't overtake Cody by lowering the average, but if he can slow Cody down and Bradley can take something off, that might create some opportunities for him, was my point.
I think Wardy thinks this is his best chance of getting centers, is to stick with the IT. I think that's what he believes. Putting aside the Cody Green meta thing for a minute.
Well, we've got fall of 07. Wardy definitely seems to still be on board with the IT. Micah Blom, maybe? Ed, what are we looking at?
Oy.
If I'm Wardy, I'm like, why is she moving to Aegean? In Micah's mind, it's like, well, I gave you Greece.
If I'm Mike, I'll say, Wardy, why are you moving to Tyrolia?
Oh, well, I think she wants that, right? Why is she against that?
She wants that army to help, kill the Russians and Austrians. The Italians are now of no help to her at all.
Well, I think
what Tyrolia does for you if you're Wardy.
I don't know, but let's see here. Sev got into rum. Okay, so that's fine.
Yeah, she prioritized getting position in Ukraine. I'm not sure that's right in a fall turn.
No, yeah, I would have rather kept Romania personally, but I mean, she could have stopped it.
Easily.
Let's see here. Meanwhile, Bradley, Bradley is so good and unpredictable. Now he's in Belgium, so he's definitely done the, Cody Green attack here. We've got Russia back on side. All their little problems have been worked out, and he's in the English Channel. Like, guarantee you, he knew what the moves were there and exploited them.
Gosh. Yeah, that's really a mistake on Micah's part. That slows her down a lot to have that Russian in Romania. That's just not. You don't want that.
Yeah. Now I'm wondering, do you make a deal to swap Romania back, get Russia back Sev, and go take Greece and Trieste? It'd be awfully tempting.
What does Bradley do? There's Bradley's got to build what? It doesn't need another army, but I don't think he needs another fleet. So we'll see what happens here.
If I'm Micah, this might be the time to jettison Chris, because again, why in the hell leave Trieste there? I need you in Trieste to help me. What are you doing in Tyrolia?
Maybe the army's move. It is. I mean, Mikhail says it looks good for Bradley, and I think he is in a really good position here, right? Because Italy's attacking France, he's attacking France. Russia and him are working together. Maybe Russia wants an army to go east to help with the unit in Ukraine. Oh, you're saying no, but I do like Bradley's position here.
I do too. I do too. I just don't understand why Wardy would do that. That just does not help him at all.
We get a fleet keel, disbanded the army in Picardy. I am awfully tempted, if I'm Bradley, to maybe go take Scandinavia. I know you've got a good thing in that ally. Yeah, that's worth a lot, but I mean, I don't think you've got France coming after you. That seems like that would be easier to me.
I think he might be able to end up doing both.
Yeah.
Because he can still make a hell of a lot of progress this way, which he's going to do. I'm with Wardy here. I think you got to move fleets. It was a little questionable what he was doing anyway, because France was prioritizing defending against you. I think moving back at this point to be making sure Micah is not coming would made sense. I like that a lot.
Meanwhile, in the east, Isaac's back in Sevastopol, but loses Romania, but takes Vienna. West is probably done unless a miracle happens with the unit in Bohemia. Wardy's come back, presumably worried about the Turks. I mean, that move to Greece is somewhat pointless because Aegean can support Serbia back to Greece. I don't know if that'll happen or not. But Wardy, man, he can't continue. This is sort of what we've seen all the game. Now he can't continue against France, so he's got to have someplace else to grab a dot.
You don't get that by leaving an army in Piedmont.
That's what I was going to say. He didn't follow up. It's just
you got Tyrolia to Trieste and Piedmont to Tyrolia or something. You get your armies where they need to be. A fleet in Trieste, all he was doing was he thought maybe the Turks were coming right then, so he thought he was bouncing in Trieste and Greece right there, I think.
And I don't blame him for reading it that way. I mean, it's there could have been some diplomacy to help suss that out, but I definitely could see that being a risk. But I do agree. I'd rather have moved Tyrolia to Trieste and Piedmont up to Tyrolia or Venice.
Or even to Venice and
Yeah,
move the fleet
yeah.
down.
Well,
'Cause
yeah. I mean, I
traffic
agree.
isn't anything good.
Piedmont need to go to Venice, but I don't disagree with helping Isaac take Vienna in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Although you've guaranteed now that Mike is going to come. Well, maybe not guarantee is a strong word.
She didn't come.
Nope. Well, she couldn't come yet. Oh, look, it's Wardy gets me out of anyway. Good for him. Good for him.
Yeah, Wardy
But
got
you gotta
Vienna.
feel for Wardy. He's been, ping-ponging just like Italy sometimes has to do. Just, can I go here? No, there's no food here. I'm going to go down here and see if there's any food. No, there's no food here. I'm going to go here and see if I can find some food.
I mean,
all
three
right.
holds.
Bradley Brace. Gosh. It's almost like the guy knows how to play or something. He does lose Burgundy here because of Wes Ketchum's last breath.
I love that, by the way, by Wes. For no reason, right? Because I don't think Germany did anything to him.
Cody probably asked.
But yeah, I mean, but other than that, he's coming up roses, right? North Sea, English Channel, London, friend in Russia, but he can backfill Norway whenever he wants. It's looking really good. Micah did lose some pace there, but she did get Romania back, and so she's still, in it. I don't think Wardy's in it even at 7, 6, 7, whatever he's got.
He's got 6, right? No, 7. You're right, 7.
Yep, 7. So we get 7, 3-way tie for 7 between Russia, Turkey, and Italy. And Bradley Grace has control of the board right now with an 8-center German top.
Why would Chris work anymore with Bradley and be attacking France?
I would not.
I can't come up with it from a board standpoint, nor can I come up with it from a tournament standpoint.
Now, Wardy, build an army and build it in Venice and do it right now.
Loud and clear. So, all right, David, go to you for these. What are these adjustments telling you?
Germany didn't need another fleet at this point, and it wouldn't have done him a whole lot of good. So the army makes sense. He's probably going to send that one direction to the other. Either one would be productive. Can't really argue with the French removals. Turkish army is, as far as I'm concerned, is fine. She really does. She doesn't want to fight Wardy here. She thinks that she can, pick up some more centers, or at least not fight Wardy. Obviously, there might be a fall attack on Wardy, but she doesn't want to build a fleet and make sure there's a fight. So I can't argue with any of this.
I don't know. When I'm France and I have this situation where it's 3-on-1, I like to disband in favor of Italy with the, and I know he's mad at Italy, but with the idea that does crazier things on the board, and Germany hates that, and Italy gets vulnerable to a stab in the east because they push forward west quickly. So right now, this is a great disbands for Bradley and Isaac, but Isaac is really a vassal of Bradley at this point. So, but France is going to crumble with just two armies against Bradley's German forces here.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything he could have done differently that would have helped him tactically. As far as I'm concerned, Cody's removing the 2 that are furthest away from his home centers. He's going to try to survive somehow in Scandinavia. That's the plan.
So, winter of 1908, we've got probably 2 years left, maybe 3 if they're playing quickly. I suspect not. So let's assume 2 years left. Bradley Grace probably in the best position to top this board. Mallis was predicting some centers here of Brest, Paris, Norway, maybe Warsaw. So 3-4. Ed, what do you think? Does Bradley make it 4 centers?
Well, if anyone can do it, I think on this board Bradley can. I think 3 is definitely doable, but I don't know if he's going to get 4, especially with 2 to 3 game years left.
So I think we said Bradley he was at 304 points. Cody Green at 328, so needs 28 points to increase the score by 28 points. His third lowest score is 73. So I'm not good at this. You've got a lot of people who do this a lot better, but I'm thinking 100 points probably gets him in. Am I correct in my math there?
You're asking 2 lawyers?
Yeah, don't do that.
Lawyers jokes about math.
The last math I took was in the 11th grade.
We don't know math.
I'm going to say that confidently, that if he gets over 100 points, he's in.
But the only thing I'm going to say is that Bradley's real good about asking uncomfortable questions of his ally at the end. Like, all I need is this or that. Can you help me? You can't advance. And Isaac might be the kind of guy who would give it to him.
Well, let's see. I think that'll be maintaining that relationship. They've done that well so far. We'll see if that continues, because the other way to do it is just go take it.
He's going, I think. Gets Burgundy.
So you got to Burgundy, tried to get into Picardy, but did not. Still friends with Russia. That unit from Berlin to Silesia is to help. It's not hostile towards Russia. Russia's too much of a friend to him right now. Meanwhile, Italy finally worked out that he's not getting centers against France unless it was by consent, and Cody Green is not the kind of guy to consent to that. And everything sort of moves south, at least on this subway map. So and they have enough units to basically throttle or halt anything else Micah could do at this point. And they can, I think basically Isaac is going to work with Wardy against Micah, try and pick up a center or 2 by the end of the game. Isaac's going to work with Bradley. It wouldn't be surprising to me if all of them are in the room and only Micah and Cody are in separate rooms right now because they just pointless. They have no tactics in common here. I think it's 4-on-2 or 3-on-2.
Yeah, I agree. Oop. And just like that, Turkey takes Moscow anyway.
That's crazy. Could have taken Greece.
Yes. I frankly thought they were going to take a shot at Greece, but whatever. Thought that's what Albania was for. But
well, all right. Well, in any event, she didn't take Greece. She took Moscow, so she gets a build. So Wardy's going to be a little tied up, but it doesn't look like they're chipping away at Micah with these Russian moves. It looks like Isaac has moved on to the next threat, trying to play balanced power, and is worried about Bradley because Bradley certainly had an open convoy and he took it. And Isaac doesn't like that. But I'm not really sure there's anything anyone can do at this point to stop. I mean, I know we've got unit. I'm going to do a David. I know we've got units in Prussia and Bohemia, but it's going to be a problem since it's a fall move and Bradley will be building again.
And all of that is right. I think a question might be, does somebody like Isaac now just give centers to Micah?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question is, are you the player who is going to who is Isaac more upset at in this situation? Person they've been working with all game and just convoyed into Norway, or the person who just swiped Moscow for reasons that, if you're Russia at least, you view as quite questionable? It'll be interesting to see these disbands.
I wonder here if Wardy's got to take a shot, right? He's going to have to try and get anything he can. I mean, Budapest, I don't know what he can get, but like he's got to try here, but it's good for Bradley.
You know, these Russian disbands are very important. Just like we saw a game where the Austrian disbands were critical, this is a game where the Russian disbands now are pretty critical, I think.
So, Ed, I'm going to go to you for this one. I sometimes get a little nervous at this point in the game. If I am Turkey in this situation, I'm second guessing my adjustment here. What are you putting down for your build?
I'm building Fleet Smyrna.
Fleet, you agree with that, David?
I do.
Yeah. So it just helps, like, you want to focus in on trying to protect East Med. Is that the idea? Or
I'm going to try and tell Wardy to go take Budapest, and I'll help him into Warsaw, but you're not going to get your unit anything off of me.
Yeah.
That's kind of that's probably how I would play it.
Yeah, it just gives you more tactical options in your defense against the Italians is what it does.
Oh, that is what happens in winter of 1909. We also get the army in Berlin and those important Russian disbands. We've got Army Eddie and Army Bohemia. Ed, what is that telling us?
Pass.
It's not what Micah wanted to see. It's what Bradley wanted to see. That's what I wanted to see, which way Isaac was going there, and Isaac helped. Now, you can make a good argument that he was just defending his own territory, and that's perfectly fine. Mm-hmm. But it's not good for Micah.
Yeah,
not as good for Micah. Let's put it that way.
So as we see in the spring, I mean, you know, Micah is getting into Budapest now. Gets Russia into St. Pete with German help. That can't be. I don't know if that's fair or not. I really don't know what's happening on the board. I don't know if Germany and Russia are friends or enemies with some of these moves. But I'm going to go with the assumption that Russia is back on Germany's side because Norwegian is moving to North Atlantic. It's taking Edinburgh. Isaac went back to being the good guy for Bradley, sort of helping with centers. That's what I think is happening. Mike is trying to race Bradley, but it doesn't look like going to win. Germany and Bradley are fighting, which Germany and Wardy are fighting, which I don't really understand.
I need to drop out just 1 minute and check on something.
I don't really understand for like a million reasons, but mainly who's Wardy fighting? He's fighting both powers on the board. Seems like that's not something he should have done, but okay. And Cody's hanging on, but Russia and Mid-Atlantic is sort of not great. I'm just looking at this as spring 1910. There's either one season left or three in this game, and Bradley's trying to get that 10th center to get whatever points he can get to 100.
Yeah. Well, it's getting really, really close. Fall.
He's at 10. Yep. He's at 10, and he's not going to lose anything.
Fall 1910. This is potentially, it's likely, the very last turn. Going up probably will be enough to get those to that 100 points. Very questionable if my math is right there. So take that with a grain of salt. But I think it may be enough. Fall 1910. Ed, what do we see here?
Well, I like the joke order of Edinburgh to Liverpool. Bradley was a good ally and helped Isaac into Brest. Meanwhile, Isaac got into Moscow. That's not good for Micah. I see Bradley here, top the board. I think the game draws here if it doesn't officially end with a 10 center top for Bradley.
And exactly 100 points if that does happen. We get the Army from Kiel, and the game is over. So we do see 100 points for Bradley Grace. That's what I said he would need to secure his place. Before we get into the coverage of the game, let's go ahead and just check to see whether that math was right. Bradley Grace does move into the top 7 with a score of 340.7, knocking out Cody Green, overtaking Brandon Dix. So congratulations to Bradley Grace. Of course, there's still one more game to be played, so this is not final, but did what he needed to do to give himself that opportunity. Let's go back to the map, and David, I'm going to go to you. What's the story of this game?
Bradley's a really good player, is part of the story of the game. And there was just very little very little flexibility that Cody had to get a friend. Just did not come up with a friend, really needed a friend to keep that momentum going. And the real key to the game here was, what did Isaac do? Isaac is the one that made this happen by helping Bradley. And by, frankly, making some good moves against Micah when Micah was trying to press her advantage, just wasn't able. She was not able to press it fast enough. So missed opportunities there, I think, for Cody. He just could not come up with a way to make friends with Wardy or with Bradley or anybody else. And it might have just been because he was the one, that was standing in the way of Wardy or Bradley leapfrogging. So there just wasn't anything he could offer, and he was, for whatever reason, was unable to make friends with Isaac.
So I'm going to make 3 points, and then I'm going to take a bit of a break, and I'll be back when we start the next one. Key move of the game for Bradley's victory was tempting Cody to turn on John Jameson by putting him into Belgium. Cody sacrificed his entire game for the pixie dust. I think it was 03. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, there we go. 4. Cody had a friend. His name was John Jameson, and Cody got short-sighted here a little bit. I can see it. We can all see it. Every single person on this, 3 of us, and everyone has been in this situation. I can get 2 dots, but a friend is more important than 2 dots. And Bradley was a rival for him. He needed to be laser focused on taking out Bradley. He really needed to do that. And this is how Bradley lived. This was fantastic play by Bradley. Second point I want to make is Micah. I thought we said an up and coming player. Her big problem was losing Romania. There you go. That. I think had she kept protect Romania, which she could have, as opposed to trying to get Ukraine in position, a little too greedy, we'd be talking about Micah's board top right now. It was that close. Third point, my heart really breaks for Cody Green. It's not a joke. This dude put in 21 games. He is the most committed player in VDL. And he played great. Okay? And just to be on the same board with the person who leapfrogs you on the last day, I don't know if he's playing in round 3, that is hard. That's literally like the guy who ran the marathon from, I think it was Morocco, and couldn't make it the last lap around the Olympic Stadium because he cramped. It's as bad as it can get for Cody. And, diplomacy ain't fair, and neither is life, but I feel bad for him.
That attack on Jameson might still have turned out okay if he had cut off that retreat, because that meant that he couldn't build in Brest. Remember, he had to build in Marseille. It took him a long time to get the units back in position. It's okay, and to drop out. I think that attack would have been okay, get all those builds, because then he would have had a commanding position in the West if he had not allowed that army to retreat to Picardy. It really slowed him down a lot. sometimes these little things can make a big difference. Ed, I totally agree with Ed. That one thing that Micah did about going after Ukraine and not defending Romania probably did cost her a shot. Not sure she would have necessarily topped, but it cost her a shot, a better shot at topping.
Yeah, I've had that exact situation recently. It's got to remind myself to play a little more patiently as Turkey sometimes.
Position does matter.
Yeah.
But not in that situation in a fall turn.
Well, let's take a quick look again at our standings. We're coming up on our final game of the broadcast and of the of the VDL regular season. So Nikolai Tayer, pretty commanding lead with 440. The bubbles, what I want to focus in here. So we've got Cody Green, 329.4, has a shot if he manages to play another game, but it's not going to be enough to just hold on to what he has. He'll need to probably get a top in order to move up, which has only happened 10% of the time. So it's potentially a rough break for Cody Green. Brandon Dix is our bubble. So 332 points is the score to beat, 32.5. So that's what we're going to be looking for our next batch of players. Let's go ahead and take a look at who those are in our final game. We have Josh Hennessy, Christopher Ward coming back for a third time, really giving it everything.
Wardy!
Wow. Jason Bennett, John Jameson, Blaine Nichols, Tim Crosby, and Matthew Tatanchi. So I don't think any of those players except Christopher Ward. Is Chris still in our top 10?
Tatanchi is around 10th. Yeah.
Yep. So Christopher Ward at 9, Tatanchi at 10. So Christopher Ward needing how many points? Not a lot. So needs to increase. What is that? 10, 11 and a half points.
Is Brandon Dix in this game? I've already forgotten.
I don't think so.
So he's not playing at all today.
Yep. So Brandon.
Right. Okay. So he's a sitting target then.
Mm-hmm. So 12-point increase, I think, for. I'm sorry.
This has potential. Look at Josh playing a second game as well.
Yep. So Josh Bennett should be number 11. Yeah, Brandon's not playing. McCullis. So Brandon says. Yep. So all right. So we've got 4 people aiming for one place. We're gonna set this up to be a pretty fun matchup. Let's go ahead and see our final game of the 2023 season. David, I'll go ahead and do some play-by-play, and you can do the analysis till we get Ed back. So first up, starting in the West, we've got Christopher Ward opening pretty standard. We've got the move of Liverpool to Yorkshire, North Norwegian, giving kind of maximum flexibility. Jason Bennett moving to Mid-Atlantic and supporting himself from Marseille or from Paris into Burgundy with Marseille, the move that I believe Ed Sullivan said he prefers. John Jameson opening with the most common German opening, moving Munich into Ruhr. Tim Crosby is also doing a pretty common Russian opening, sending the army to Ukraine, St. Pete to Bothnia, and we have the bounce in Black Sea. The one unusual thing about that opening is we do not have the bounce with Josh Hennessy's Austria, Galicia staying vacant, which can be telling sometimes. It's a calculated risk. In Turkey, we've got what is now the most common opening in the current meta of Khan moving to Bull, Black bouncing, Smyrna following up, with the intent of giving you more flexibility for your builds in the fall and for kind of protection if an IA does develop. And Austria does a pretty standard opening outside the move to Galicia, setting up for Greece. And we've got Italy opening with the most common opening, holding in Venice, which has been growing in popularity the past few months, actually. Ed, we've got you back. I'll welcome you back.
Thank you.
And David, I'll let you do the analysis for this one, and then we'll put David on the play-by-play, and Ed, you can pick up on the analysis.
Really not much to add here. Obviously, the big thing, the big story of spring 1901 is the DMZ in Galicia.
Okay. Oh, Dave's doing play-by-play.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got to look at Denmark to Skagerrak. That's, again, it's John, so he does not listen to what the meta is. He's got his own meta. It's in his head, and he can do whatever he wants. But that is obviously an unusual fall 1901 situation. We do have a bounce in Belgium. I think that's the first time we've seen that today. And this is the second time we've seen Italy attempt to take Trieste and follow it up with the army, except this time it worked. So, Josh, ugh, I think is what you say in that situation. He's also helping to put the Russian army into Romania, which usually Austria does not like to see. So probably a double whammy there for Josh in Austria.
Yeah, that's not good news for Josh, but to Josh's credit, he probably thought, why would Italy do this? Because it usually doesn't work out well for Italy when Italy does this, because as Saren Kwok says, the only honorable response to this is for Austria to completely throw themselves at Italy. And that's probably what is going to happen here. Meanwhile, Matthew Tatanci find it hilarious that he moves to Syria thinking that there was going to be the AI. There's hey, I get good news for you, Matt. You can free up that army in Syria now.
Blaine probably told him, "Yep, I'm moving to Trieste." So awesome. And Ed, why did they do that? Is what I say every time I get stabbed. So. Winner of
night. Did you see my genius?
Exactly. Like that makes no sense.
All right, how many fleets do we get this time?
More than 0.
Yes, that's also my prediction.
Over and under at 2. Ed, do you take the over for 2?
Oh, I take the over. All right. I count 1, 2, 3 at least. Oh, but not by Germany.
How about 5? Would have been 6 if the Russians built a fleet, but they did not. Tim, you're a wimp, man. What are you doing?
All right. So we've got winner of 1901, Tim Crosby building Army St. Pete, Army Moscow. John Jameson building double army. Second time that we've seen today. Army Kiel, Army Munich this time. We've got Fleet London, Fleet Brest, Army Paris for England and France, respectively. Double fleets for Blaine Nichols. So following through with the move up to Venice, but building 2 fleets. Be interesting to see how that plays out. And Matthew Tatanci builds a fleet in Smyrna.
Yeah. I mean,
there's no attack on Trieste, is there? There's instead some attempted, maybe some kind of theory of the universe here where they're going to work together anyway, even though the Italians have Trieste. Tunis to Western's interesting as well. Apparently, Blaine didn't have enough to worry about with 2 Turkish fleets coming. He thought he might want to go poke the French as well, which is fun. In the West, we now have a convoy to Belgium supported by the Germans. And with the Germans taking Sweden with armies and putting, okay, John, the armies, generally Denmark is not where you put armies, but, whatever. This is John's world, and we just get to live in it. The issue with doing it this way, of course, is the Russians can retreat to Baltic. That's why you generally don't see the German fleet in Skagerrak unless it's going to go against the English.
Well, I'm reading the Italian moves as a cool. I'm not sure there's much else. I mean, Tunis didn't have to move to West. I understand that, but I'm like, well, if England and Germany are attacking France, I might be able to either quote help France or join in, but there's no join in because Venice doesn't go to Piedmont. Guess he's worried about Trieste, but I do like that they made peace. But what I typically see in this, they didn't want to lose momentum, and Austria gets Bulgaria here and all the rest of it, and Josh has plenty of time and blah, blah, blah. But in general, just take Trieste back. You got to make your point. Or at least that's what short-sighted players like me do.
Yeah, because this guy took Bulgaria. So that's not bad.
No, and he might take it again later on. So that ended up working out.
They can still cover Budapest pretty easily. Or the Italians could just snag your Serbia while they variously kill your guy in Bulgaria. That's the other thing that could happen to you if you're Josh.
Oh my God, Josh has to be just dying here. Just
Is Onion trying to convoy the guy to Greece? Is that what he's doing? Or supporting somebody? Yeah, he's trying to support the convoy. Okay.
Yeah. Italy is not Austria's friend, but now that Italy's like, dude, I was kind of blasting Wordy a second ago for playing Italy back, like Italy going back and forth, not really gaining. This guy's got a great opportunity in the West, but it's not good enough for him. Now he's going East and West.
He's doing both. You can walk and chew gum at the same time. What's the big deal?
This is hilarious. So I really like it, but I can't see it going well. But like on the other hand, what's Josh going to do? He's pretty much screwed now. So but it's good for the RT. This whole thing.
John Jameson has decided to relocate to Scandinavia, I believe is the plan, to have a government in exile in Scandinavia, losing Holland here, but by God, he's got Finland. So I think that's fine.
He's got Finland. Yeah. I mean, he stopped him from getting killed, guessed right. So, yeah.
Climate change, it's getting nicer up there anyway.
So, but I think the news is it's not a FG anymore, right? It's EF.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so we've got McCallus in the comments saying, not sure like where to go in with EF instead of EG here. Christopher Ward needs points if he's going to try it and make it into that top 7. Ed, is this the way to go about doing that?
I think Jason was like 11th. So no. The answer to that is no.
This can work. Work.
Sure, it can work. Anything can work in diplomacy, as you teach us all the time, David. But this is a little bit. It's hard to work with John. Like I love working with John because I can get into his brain. I think, and I can't quite understand it, and I definitely can't control it. But I get enough of a glimpse. It's like looking through a keyhole into another room, and I can kind of see the furniture. And I try and put together the room of his mind together, just looking through the keyhole. But he's a powerful friend when he is a friend. And this is the second game where he's not being – if you think of him, as David says, as the players of the pieces, John is a piece that can be used these players. And I don't think this is the best move.
I don't disagree with that. But if you've got John in Skagerrak, Sweden, Finland, and not even – there wasn't an EG to work. There wasn't an EG to do with John in this situation. He didn't put himself in a position to be an alliance partner.
He got Italy's help. It would have been fine.
But anyway, this might be fine too. We'll find out.
Well, that result, Christopher Ward builds 2 armies. We've got John Jameson building an army in Kiel and Blaine building an army in Venice. And we see the Russian fleet disbanded by Tim Crosby's Russia.
Now Austria takes Trieste back and says,
that's why you take Trieste back in 2002.
Give me that back. Of course, the Turks now really do get into Greece with that convoy. So that's awesome. Blaine, got to give it to him. He's doing some forceful moves here. Jason's got to go defend there. That's the other thing is that Chris can, not have to worry about being outpaced by Jason because Jason's got to deal with the freaking Italians. So we'll see. This all has to do with whether Wardy's is able to do some sort of tactical stuff. I would have been tempted here to just go ahead and convoy through the North Sea instead of trying to hold Norway. Just go ahead and try to convoy one of those armies out down to Belgium or wherever. And as opposed to sort of the stasis here of thinking that maybe he could defend Norway. That seems like a wasted move.
I'm trying to think of the Latin expression, but at what cost? And I'm thinking about that for Italy, right? Which is, had he just worked with Austria a little bit? Okay, as opposed to just, I can take Serbia here. His progress in the West is awesome. And
okay, counter argument. He did get the fleet to go back to Khan by doing this. So there's still a potential here that you turn it into an IT.
Well, he needs Russian help now. But the problem is that this is what did we say when AI fight? It helps RT. Look at the RT's units. If you just view them as one entity, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I think the word we're looking for is delicious.
Russians take Berlin. Russians go to Silesia. Russians take Serbia. I'm using the word Russia a lot here. Russians support the English to Norway. England takes Kiel. England does convoy to Belgium now. France takes Spain back. A lot going on this turn. Turks do, in fact, go to Black Sea.
I think that's
go to Black Sea.
It's the headline for me, which is that I was just talking about the units of Russia and Turkey, but Turkey thought there was a better opportunity against Russia. But boy, I bet you Russia's really happy that he made peace with Austria here.
Russia's got 2 builds, right?
Yeah. I mean, Russia's building in Serbia. Where else is he? Oh, in Berlin. So this Turkish stab, Turkey getting 1, is going to be thwarted, despite the loss of the Black Sea.
I think we're burying the lead here. Jameson got into Burgundy because that's what you do when you got all those people attacking you is you order to Burgundy. That's what we're missing.
First of all, that's a great move. I know that Berlin and Kiel could have been covered by Ruhr and Munich, respectively, but the best defense is a good offense, Dave.
Okay.
Right.
That's fun.
Like, you got to realize John wants to have fun with the game. He's having fun. So just like
I
you
agree.
said,
the Poles had a lot of fun attacking the German tanks with cavalry also, which seemed fun at the time. Good offense and a good defense. Didn't really work in 1939.
In winter of 1903, Tim Crosby has 2 adjustments. Ed, I'll go to this one. Go to you for this one. What are you putting down here? Tim.
Who's Tim fighting? I mean, other than Turkey and Germany. I've been tempted to just fleet Sev, Army Moscow. Keep it simple.
You prefer the fleet over 2 armies?
I actually went back and forth on that, and I thought people will call me stupid for saying build an army Sev, but I think it's potential there too. Even though
I might actually be tempted to build the Army Sev, to be perfectly honest. It's defensive and offensive, whereas the fleet at this point is basically staying in port. The army could theoretically go to Armenia or something and actually be threatening, or at least bounce the Turks there.
And the beauty is we can say that Ed was stupid for that either way. So
I think the Turkish build is not
clearly Ed is going to make some kind of analytical mistake in this game. We're just waiting on winning.
Just one.
Ed,
I haven't seen one yet.
My thought was to put down an army as Turkey. Would you put down the fleet?
I would put down the army.
An Ankara or Khan?
Ankara.
Dave wasn't going to say that.
No.
I was going to say, well, Ankara is never. I would never do Ankara here. No, that's wrong. I might do Ankara here. I was going to say I might do Smyrna and give myself an option to convoy through Aegean or go to Armenia. But I guess if you're going to Ankara, you might convoy through the Black Sea.
Yeah, Smyrna was my initial thought, and then I was thinking maybe I'd rather have the option, or at least make people think I have the option of convoying across Black. It's an interesting build.
It is actually, and it was more interesting. My immediate thought was Smyrna. Then I thought, well, maybe Khan, and you move the army up to Romania. But I think in general, you want an army to go to Armenia here. So whether you build an anchor or Smyrna, it's going to Armenia.
The more
unless there's a deal.
The more fun thing is when John disbands Burgundy.
And no, disbands Skag. We get the
There's
army.
No point in trying to defend Sweden at this point.
Army in Ink, we do see the double armies from Tim Crosby, and Christopher Ward puts down a fleet in London. Spring of 1904, our final game of the season. We've got several of our competitors fighting for that last spot. David, what are we looking at?
So that's an attempted convoy to Denmark, but the support was cut by Berlin. I think that's what that means. Silesia to Munich, and Munich's not even defended. That's really good for Tim. Looking at the east here, yes, Serbia was going to be the attack, and that's exactly what it is. Tatanchi has moved away, as you guys can see, moved away from the Russians while taking Serbia. Maybe Serbia was given to him. Well, it's retreating. I don't know. I find that a little puzzling, to be perfectly honest. Blaine moving the fleet back to Tyrrhenian must, I mean, obviously the Russian thing didn't, I mean, the French attack just didn't work. What do you guys think about London to English Channel? I guess there wasn't anywhere else for London to go, since he's trying to convoy through the North Sea.
I don't really have a problem with it. Jason might. But I mean, I think the two of them are kind of tied together by they're in each other's boat right now, so I think they're gonna live. I think the big news for me is Turkey backing off, which I 100% like. RT was going fine before. There was no need for Matthew to stab Tim. I think they can work it out.
I also like it, although I'm assuming this was negotiated in this spring turn. Otherwise, I don't think I'd build that army in Ankara, if that's the case. But then you could also argue maybe that army in Ankara helped negotiate that peace.
I might have been tempted to continue on with the attack there, to be honest. But what I was also going to say is, go Kiel to Denmark. Why take a chance on your support being cut? Go Kiel to Denmark. Move your army to Kiel. If you're worried about Holland, that's fine, but you got English Channel that can cover Belgium in the fall. I don't know. I just think, what else was Berlin going to do there? Maybe he thought he had a deal with Tim to not do it. Maybe that's what it was. Tim said, I'm not going to hit Kiel. Although you got to think that at this point, Tim's got to prop up what's left of John. He's got to try to slow Christopher down.
Yeah, I don't think Chris wanted an army in Denmark anyways.
No.
Like, I know that Morgante Pell, no slouch of a player, has advocated in favor of more people putting armies into Denmark, but I haven't found him useful.
It can be okay if it is a way station, because then it gets convoyed into Russia or something. But in this situation, the issue was just, why take a chance on the support being cut? Go ahead and get that stupid army out of Denmark over to Sweden, where it's not going to do anything. And you can still defend Kiel in the fall. This way, you really can't defend Kiel. Well, it depends on what happens. I guess the Russians didn't attack it anyway. Look at Jameson trying to take his center back. How dare he try to do such a thing?
That's so gauche of John. Right?
It is good. It's a great word for it. So Blaine has gone full bore into Matthew now, hasn't he? Has to, because of the deal with the Russian, which was the RT rapprochement. He had to do this.
Okay, I like Josh drinking the tears of Italy right now. Creating this entire mess that helps the RT. but now is a super help to R, because this Blaine move back for Turkey is music to Tim Crosby's ears. He has got this. He has got this game. He's got the whip hand on it. He's driving a Lambo. But, as we all say, look at Russia at the end of 1904. Yeah, I know he's building 3. And so what does that magic number put him on, Dave, at the end of 1904? He's at 10. But Italy's in no position to do anything against Russia. Turkey is going to be defending against Italy. Like, it's really coming up strong for Tim Crosby here.
Unless Wardy can put pressure on him.
Well, the person who's probably the biggest fan of Blaine Nichols right now is Brandon Dix. I think Tim Crosby coming out on top of this board probably is the single best thing that could happen for Brandon outside shot of a solo. So, this is really big for Brandon. Matthew Tatanchi, rough spot to try and get those points to make it to that top 7. Not looking great for Jason Bennett or Christopher Ward either. Not better, but nothing as good as what Tim Crosby.
Crosby's only getting 2 guys because he lost Serbia. He's only getting, but still, it's a good turn.
I got a question here. Like, who's Russia fighting now? St. Pete to Livonia? Should St. Pete have gone to Finland? Because I assume Russia's building a fleet here. I don't know which coast, but I think I might have gone to Finland.
That's a good point.
In that situation, and I still don't know what coast he builds on. I can make it. I mean, he's been working with Chris the whole time. They have some sort of peace there. I mean, he hopes Chris turns against France here.
Well, he's hoping France is turning against Chris and forcing that fight.
Is that going to happen? I'm not really convinced it's going to happen. France, so I don't know what's happening.
Tim is a better player than I am. I would say he may be more patient than I am, but if I were in Tim's situation, it would be time for me to go against Scandinavia here.
It really just depends on his negotiations with Wardy. By the way, if he's going to do this, I agree with the South Coast. I think you've got to go to the South Coast here, not the North Coast.
Well, I would agree with that with the army in Livonia, but would it be better to have the army in Finland and the fleet St. Pete North Coast?
You want to be able to go to Bothnia to cut off the English going there. Norway, he's just going to block.
Yeah.
So that's how I would see it. But you could probably use either one, but I think I'd rather have the South Coast fleet. Here comes the Turks. Trieste, Serbia, Bulgaria, Khan, Ionian. That's a lot of movement. What do we see in the EF stratosphere? Well, actually, we see that the Germany's getting back into Kiel because that's what you do. Of course you do that. Belgium to Ruhr. Okay, so this is probably not an EF war, at least not yet, is it?
No, it's just, I think that this was sort of, the hand was forced because of the clogging of fleets in the North Sea. I don't think it's an EF war, but it's not an efficient EF. It's pretty efficient RT. With Austrian janissarying, I don't know how long that's going to last. But this is great news for Tim. I mean, Tim is managing everything sort of super well. Might get to a point where it becomes too late for Matt to do anything about it. And if I'm Matt, I'm not sure I want to do anything about it. Everyone's crumbling. I got the whole south part of the board crumbling.
It's true. And bye-bye John Jameson. Yeah, this is another reason that the fleet South Coast is good. If you can get into Baltic, that's really good. If you're
First of all, John is not eliminated from this game.
that's right. They left Denmark.
No units, but
The best John Jameson is won without any units.
That is awesome. That is really awesome. But anyway, that fleet in Baltic is going to be very helpful to Tim. All right. The Turks have taken Tunis. The Turks have taken Trieste. Blaine has done what he can by taking Venice, but the situation is pretty good for this RT. The French have not. Well, no, he did go to English Channel, didn't he? The English left under the theory that the French were going to leave, and the French did not leave. They came into English Channel anyway. It didn't even order the English Channel from London, for example. Just assumed there was going to be a deal.
We do actually say goodbye to Josh, but Josh actually to make it to 05 after what happened, it's really good play. And Italy, what did you profit? Like, if I can just do one thing on these VDLs, just say stop attacking Austria, unless you know exactly how to do it and have good relations with someone else, either R or T. He did not. That, so it's bad news for Italy.
And if you are Austria and I'm Italy, I promise I'm not going to attack you. Promise.
Well, I take you at your word, David. I mean, you're a lawyer who never attacks anybody.
It's true. I don't even know how.
No, that's my line. All right, winner of 1905. We've got 2 units placed down by Matthew Tatanchi, Army Ankara, Fleet Khan, fairly flexible there. And then we've got Christopher Ward. No, that's John Jameson, unable to put down the build in Denmark, sadly. Spring of 1906. Let's keep going.
Okay, I'm not really seeing. There's just a lot of bouncing in Germany, which is understandable. There's a lot of units there. Of course, Denmark is gone. Jason's just staying in English Channel. I guess this is some sort of Damocles to keep over Wardy's head, maybe. But otherwise, the Turks are making exactly the kind of progress you would think with their number of fleets against what the Italians have, which is not enough. Piedmont and Tuscany, that's the way Jason has gone. He's not attacking Wardy. He is getting in position to deal with the RT, I think. Or maybe he's going to take a center for himself. I don't know.
I don't know what's going on with RT. There's a lot of paranoia there, except Matt. Matt had great defense, and I agree with the commentators that he probably should have stabbed the last turn if he didn't. But Russia may stab now with this. Who knows? Not this turn, but starting with the builds. But it's coming up really good for Tim. I mean, I don't know how you can look at this board and not just be like, Tim's playing everywhere. He's a busy man on the board, talking to everybody, I'm sure. Every player interacts with Tim.
Well, that's one of the things about playing Russia. I mean, we'll see how it's going here with Wardy getting ready to get a build. See if that helps him at all. Finland.
All right. Yeah, so we go to the ball here. Now we say goodbye to John Jameson. A lot of pressure being put on Russia in the north, obviously, with Finland, Norway, Baltic, Kiel, but it does keep Munich, does keep Berlin. He's worried. Is he setting up a stab, or is he worried about a stab with this Vienna and Ukraine move?
I thought he was worried about a stab, but it could be the other.
I don't think
he can be now. I don't think he can afford to stab in light of what's happening in Scandinavia. I think he was trying to signal to one or the other to attack, but that might have happened with English Channel taking Belgium. Surely not agreed.
Why do you say surely? When I saw that, I actually thought that was agreed, because why would you sit and mount?
And not
if you were just,
I guess if
you were just attacking, you'd go to North Atlantic or something, English Channel, something like that.
I guess I said sure, because there's no way I'd want, like, if that was going to happen, I'd prefer the army be in Belgium and the fleet away from me.
Well, you're right about that for sure. But
I'm
still
not
think it's
against trading the center because England does pick up one, but I just don't like that unit there. Or that unit can only attack English dots in that position.
But the army in Burgundy can put some play on Munich. So,
All right, I know it wouldn't have worked, but why would you not order Berlin to Kiel with support of Munich there? You know I'm going to look at holds and say, what the hell holds, man? What is that all about? Berlin to Kiel with support of Munich as opposed to holding I don't see why you wouldn't do that.
Or even if you don't do that.
Or the other way around. If you think you're going to get hit in Munich, then go Silesia to Munich and go to Kiel.
Or support Baltic to Kiel.
Yes, indeed.
Well, net result, Belgium was exchanged for a fleet in Marseille. Jason Bennett putting down a southern fleet, go and put some pressure on Matthew Tatanci's Turkish armada. We've got a disband from Blaine. I guess not a disband. Probably.
Yeah, that's a disband.
What was disband? Oh, there it is. It's covered up. Eastern Met disbanded. Thank you. And then we've got.
I almost said that, but I thought David was too young for the movie reference.
And
said what?
Stop calling me Shirley.
No, I was going to say that, but I was actually going to say the same thing. So.
Arnicon for Matthew Tatanci, spring of 1907. Here we go.
It's you, Dave.
Okay, the French come into Lyon. Turks can only bounce one of them. Let's see. Otherwise, lots of bouncing there. Nothing happening in there. Yeah, frankly, nothing interesting here to me that was remotely surprising. Even the Belgium and English Channel makes sense. I really do think Jason has decided that he is going to stick with the EF. He's got to, given the RT. So I think he's going to move that fleet around. And get it out of the way and out of Wardy's hair.
There's two things I don't understand. Help me out. Why is Vienna not supporting Trieste to Tyrolia? I understand you're worried about Vienna, right? But I think that would have been helpful for Russia to have Turkey in Tyrolia. That would have lessened the chance for the need to do this. It thwarts her momentum. And why is Chris leaving Finland?
I don't know the answer to Chris leaving Finland because I agree with you that doesn't make a lot of sense. I think the other one is Tim was just worried about getting stabbed. That's just what it was. And if I were Matthew, I'd say, man, I've made my intentions pretty clear here. Stop it.
You're either working with someone or you're not. I don't know what these two are doing.
I can't wait to use that when you and I are allied.
I assure you, I'd be the one saying
some kind of cagey guy sitting around waiting for me to stab him. I'm like, man, you either working with me or not. Use that.
So Mallis saying he thinks Wardy left Finland, so he has to take St. Pete by fleet because he wants Tim to attack Matt. There's clearly some kind of distrust between Tim Crosby and Matthew Tatanci based off of these orders. I don't think it's in Matt's interest to attack Tim Crosby here. Not
Where's
the way.
Matt the standings?
He needs some points. Yeah, so let's take a look at that. Matthew Tatanci's
coming in. Yeah, but he's got so many fleets. He should be trying to get some centers in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, those centers will not be Russian at least until the very end, in my opinion. Matthew Tatanci, sitting in 9th place, has 308 total points. Best score is a 68. And needs, I believe, 332 points in order to get in. So
that can't be right. It can't be that he needs 332.
No. I'm sorry. 332 is the target number. So he's at 308. So he needs 20 something So we'll
Well,
call it
got
30
that.
points. And then he needs 30 points over his best score. So he's going to need somewhere around 100 points.
Okay.
And then we've got Christopher Ward, basically the same situation. He's at 315, so may be able to do it with 90.
I don't think Wardy's.
And my argument about the whole Finland I got to take with the fleet thing is go take Russian centers with your armies and race. Go.
Here,
Go,
McAllis explained it to all of us. 3 players need 10 centers.
Yep.
And they have 3 years to do it.
Let's go.
Okay, in the fall, it looks like nothing happened. As best I can tell, just quickly looking at this, I don't see any center exchanging hands.
What happened is that Wardy is not putting himself in a position to get the board top, says me. That's what happened.
I think he's making a play for Belgium.
I guess.
The
But
idea is move France into Munich.
I think his best shot was to just go whole hog into Russia and take some freaking centers.
I was planning to set up for are we about to see the collapse of another Russian collapse? Is Tim Crosby, he's going to lose St. Pete. There's fleets from Christopher Ward. He's got armies where he could convoy across. Is there enough of a line for Tim Crosby to be able to hold out? And now it looks like Tim's done the appropriate work and come up with some kind of negotiation here to prevent that from happening.
There's no doubt in my mind that he cut the deal with Wardy to attack and kept the unit in St. Pete to build and attack Matthew Tatanchi. That's the only explanation for this. And it's going to be hard.
Moscow ain't going anywhere fast.
That's what I was going to say.
That road that we were hypothesizing about is no longer there. Thank you to that adjustment. So spring of 1908, it's getting close. We've got several players that are going to need 10 center top in order to move into that top 7. Christopher Ward being one of them, Matthew Tatanchi being another. Tim Crosby is not. So at the moment, it's a tie. I think we'd need a lone top for that math to work out. So Matthew Tatanchi probably being in the best situation at this point in the board state to move up in the standings. Would you agree that he also is in the best place for the overall top in this game?
I'm not certain of that. I
mean, Turkey.
Yeah.
I think France can prop Italy up a bit.
That's what I think.
I actually think maybe Tim should have stabbed here because that would have gotten Wardy focused on France a bit. And fleets move away. A fleet Sev now with Turkey with no builds would be very hard for Matt to defend everything. So, yeah, Matt's in a good spot because of that mess. I don't know if it's messed up by Tim, but by Tim's play. It remains to be seen if it'll work out or not. But I still kind of, I was going to say I like Tim, except Wardy can't be happy with him, and this is what happens.
Yeah. All right, David, spring of 1908, we're getting down to the final years of this season for Virtual Diplomacy League. What happens in the spring of 1908?
Well, Matthew's all in on trying to take Italian centers. You can see all the moves there in the convoy to Apulia, and we'll see if Tim responds to that in any way. Tim, of course, is being knocked out of Berlin, and Wardy's going to hope that he can also take Munich in the fall, and he's trying to hold off Jason. I wonder what Jason's thinking here is. I guess just take as many centers as I can and not play the kingmaker. He could have made it so that Wardy did fine here if he wanted to.
I would be upset based off of that last turn if I were Jason Bennett.
Yeah, that's why I just really don't think Wardy may still end up figuring out a way to top this board, but I think it would have been easier if he'd just kept going the first time. But we'll see.
Oh, I mean, Jason's playing to win. What else can he do? Like, he can't.
If you don't think you're going to top the board, what do you do is a good question. I've always thought you just maximize your own score. That's what I've always thought. But other people do that differently. You know, they reward people or punish people. That's
I think he is trying to maximize the score.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
I mean, you know, Italy's not giving him the dots, so he's trying to stop Matt from taking them, and he supported both Venice and Rome there. Russia helped him into Ruhr.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then he left.
Moving back. I guess he's trying to take Italian or Turkish dots that used to be Italian. But, yeah, I mean, it's looking great for Matt. It's looking great for Matt.
I think that's right.
Winter of 1908, we've got Christopher Ward putting down another army, Matthew Tatanchi putting down army in Cannes. We've got a disband of the fleet by Blaine Nichols in Italy, and Tim Crosby has to blow up the fleet in Prussia, losing Berlin. Can't really see a path forward for Tim Crosby growing here.
He's not trying.
Yeah.
Convoy to Brest coming. Convoy to Brest.
There it is.
To me, it's not. It may even be by consent.
That was my point earlier. Jason could play to maximize the score. He could play to help Wardy get on the top board. I mean, if he's enjoyed working with him, sometimes you do that.
First of all, I might be tempted, right? Because Wardy's a, you know, Cinderella story kind of guy, you know, for him to make the top board. But yeah, I mean, Wardy's not out of it, right? Because he's going to take Brest, and now he's going to take either Belgium or Paris.
He's in St. Pete.
Tim's helping him.
I couldn't tell if that was help or he thought he was blocking the Wardy in Finland or something. I couldn't figure out that one.
Well, I don't know. I'm saying it's help.
All right. Well, it's fall of 1909. I'm going to take a look at our standings here because we've got so many players in contention and things are so close. So as it stands right now, focusing in on the all-important cut line, Bradley Grace at number 7, Mallis Camares at 6, Matthew Tatanchi at 5, assuming the game ends in the current state. Christopher Ward is coming up short. So keep this in mind when we're looking at these next few moves.
This is exciting, though. This is exciting. Wardy's got some possibility here. This is exciting.
Coming into the fall, 1909.
Well, Jason's not just rolling over. He didn't let him take Paris, but he is, of course, losing Belgium.
It was one or the other.
Yes. Look at Matthew making his move. Bulgaria takes Budapest. In addition to taking Venice, that's quite a move. This is going to be an exciting finish.
Yeah. The Budapest thing here is not to be, you know,
that's very important. He's made the right move at the right time.
that is so. And now he's got flexibility east or west with that unit. It's a series of guesses. Chris is going to go up 3. Is he going to 12?
Yep.
12.
Turkey's at 12. England's at 12. This is a great photo finish here for the end of the VDL season. Couldn't ask for more fun.
And so far, I haven't really seen. I don't think that there was dot throwing. Like I'm not suggesting it. What I'm suggesting now is it appears that France and Russia are defending, so it's like a legit race. Which should be how the season ends.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So winter of 1909, we're moving into what in most games will be the final turn. We've got a split top for both England and Turkey.
And that's not good enough for either of them, am I right?
So that's the question, is would a 12-center top be enough for either of them? Taking a look.
Tatanchi.
It does not. Yeah, Tatanchi is moving up into 5th. Bradley Grace at so it's enough for Tatanchi and not for Christopher Ward based off this state as it is right now.
Let me throw a meta consideration out there, right? Which is, and I know I'm rambling tonight, but I'm having fun. Matt does not need to win. Neither of them will be a high seed in the Paris method. But if Wardy got in due to the help of Matt, and they both got to play in the East and the Paris method thing, I could see Matt backing off here.
If Matt gets on the board that way, I'm not sure he does.
He's fifth.
I know, but he's going to drop. He's going to drop if he's not getting the shared top.
Yeah.
No, I'm suggesting that it doesn't matter. He's never going lower than that score, right?
No, I think he started off much lower. He's fifth because he's currently tied for the top.
Yeah, he was in
ninth.
ninth.
That incorporates the current.
Yes, this is current. Yep.
I think it has to be one or the other, not both. Which is why this is a fun race. And you guys know I love in-game races. So
you are a NASCAR guy.
Winter of 1909. We've got triple fleet build from Christopher Ward's England.
Hello.
Tim Crosby disbanding the army in Finland. Jason Bennett disbanding fleet in Picardy. And the army in Tuscany. We've got Matthew Tatanci putting down Fleet Con, Army Smyrna. And, this could be big. Tim Crosby choosing to disband the army in Romania.
I was going to say that Jason's disbands were fair in the sense that, he gave a little to each of them. Not so with Tim. That's a huge.
You guys, come on. Romania was going to lose big lost anyway. He can still cover Sev with 2 units, which is something. Well, I guess there's going to be 3. There's going to be 3.
It would have been difficult, right? Like, there's no reason to have a unit in Moscow. Okay. That's the unit I would have disbanded with the fleets there. And he forced Turkey to make a choice, right? Because
I guess you're right. You're right. If
3 on Rum and 2 on Vienna, now he can take Rum and Vienna.
Yeah, that's true.
And
maybe Sev too.
And Chris has no easy centers in front of him.
In fact, he's going to take all 3 of those unless the Russians come back somehow I don't know. We'll see. There's no point speculating.
Spring of 1910, potentially the very final year of this season. David Hood, please tell us what happens.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. They're going to take Vienna and Romania and Sev, right? So let's see what else is happening. The Turks can otherwise defend themselves perfectly fine in the Mediterranean. Let's look at Wardy. What's Wardy going to be able to do?
Not much if Jason's fighting. He might take
he gets into the Mao without a fight.
Can't take it.
Nope, can't take
Portugal, can't take Spain.
He's not getting a second army next to Paris.
He's helping Jason into Munich, although Kiel wasn't, oddly enough. It would have worked. His Kiel is supporting.
Well, he didn't want to lose Berlin, but
I don't think he would have minded losing.
Yeah, Matthew's going to win. Matthew's going to win this race. It certainly looks like.
Yeah. Yes. The race is over. Christopher Ward's going to be a little bit like the great University of Texas quarterback Bobby Lane. Never lost a game. He just ran out of time.
So I do want to take a quick look. McCallus pointed something out. My math wasn't making sense in my head, and I think I understand the issue. I had not revealed the orders in the box when I was looking. So let's see. This should reflect our actual standings as we are right now.
Oh, so Wardy was in with the shared board top.
Yeah, so it's so close, guys. We've got so many different things. How this can go. Really, really exciting. Let's get to our final turn here, not drag this out.
I don't think Jason has given that Matthew's done enough to Jason for Jason to throw
probably not
Spain and Paris to Wardy.
Probably not. Throws Marseille though.
That tells me there might be another.
He could have defended Marseille easily.
Wardy got Munich. Wardy got Marseille. Ironically, Wardy could have gotten Portugal. Will he regret not doing that?
Well, the Russians took Romania back.
Russians took. Well, they lost 7.
I know that, but they didn't lose all 3. That's pretty good. That was
14-14.
good.
I think it's 14-14.
Wow.
So
What does that do on our
Well,
standings?
hold on. We're not sure the game's over yet.
No, we don't. But let's see if it ends as it stands right now with the
If they're doing the math,
14.
doesn't work.
Yeah, those calculators are burning up right now.
It doesn't work.
Wait, that looks the same as
Yep,
it
you're
does.
right.
it's the
It's the
same,
same
yeah.
thing. I got to move to the next turn for this to show up right. So.
Oh, they might draw. If we'll find out if they draw, then it worked.
It's
All
hard,
right.
hard to imagine that two more centers is going to get Tatanchi onto the top board, though.
Okay, so winner 1910. Let's see if I can get this to show the correct standings this time.
Yeah, see, he's 8th. He's just barely out.
One more center.
Wow.
All right.
Wow, good for them for doing the math here. I think that's probably that's awesome.
All right, so let's bring it back. Do we have time for one more year? Some virtual diplomacy league games they end by time, not by year.
7.5 hours.
It can play through 1911 in some cases, but if it were to end right now, Christopher Ward will make it into the final top 7. We get another year.
Hello, we got another year. Wow.
Like it's Romania. It's almost as and Moscow.
Well, they're not going to. Oh yeah, they did get Moscow.
This does appear to me that the board might be trying to help both.
Yeah, because why would you go to Livonia in that situation?
This is everyone saying, guys, this is what I really need. Maybe there's a survival for Tim in this. Maybe Tim doesn't care. Jason probably cares.
Well, he's going to survive. But yeah, Jason's definitely just giving the centers to Wardy. There's no question about that.
Well, he only got one though, right?
Well,
Picks up Paris.
Yeah, because that's right. He did only got because he didn't take Spain. Turkey stopped him from taking Spain.
Right. That might have been an agreement that Matt fell through on to get the top.
Could have been. Good gives him a better. Not only does it get him on the top board, gives him a better spot on the top board, maybe.
So based off this, it looks like Matt Tatanchi picks up 2, while Christopher Ward only picks up 1. Game ends with Matthew.
I'm willing to bet that was not an arranged that.
That's
Matt,
right. I think that's Matthew Trudges saying, "I don't care about you, Ward. I'm getting a better spot on the top board."
Yeah.
Well.
Wow.
Matthew Tatanchi wins the final game of the Virtual Diplomacy League 2023 regular season with a 16-center Turkish board top, besting Christopher Ward's England. Comes up short at 15. Let's go ahead, before we do our analysis, let's answer the question, was that enough? Based off what we saw earlier, I believe it will be. Hang on, let me make sure.
That's still not.
Giving somebody a heart attack. Let's go back. I will learn how to use this. So, okay, it's not progressing. So maybe this isn't calculating right. Let's see.
We cannot leave our viewers in suspense.
So I'm going to mark all the games as over, see if this helps.
The 6 people watching this need to know.
Here we go.
No, that's the same thing, isn't it?
This is what it's telling me.
There's no way that's true.
He was 2 points out. Matthew was 2 points out before.
Yeah.
So I think this is back on the the tied board top.
Yeah, so I think I need one more turn for this to calculate the right way, and I don't think I have that in here. So not sure. All right, we're gonna have
one person who can do math. Let's bring Zachary Moore on.
Maybe Zach's around and he can tell us for sure.
Yeah. So I think I think the McCallis is right. So we probably drew in the build phase instead of the spring phase. So that's causing it to not calculate properly.
Good job, Zach. It's like the most important game of this season. You had one job.
Net result, we'll get that cleaned up. But
Zachary Moore is in the comments. He could straighten this out for us right now if he really.
Zachary, this is crazy. We'll do game analysis while Zachary gets hard to work on fixing this.
All right, Zach, if you could figure out that top 7, let us know. I trust that Nikolai has done the math. So that would make sense based off what I saw too. We'll figure all that out. Let's talk through this game. It's really fun. Ed, we'll go to you first.
The game was driven by AI dysfunction. Obviously Matt played a good game, but if Italy had not suicided into Josh, the die would not have been as cast as it was. The second part of the game, it ended up working out for Matt because why he played an exceptional game was he soft stabbed Russia in that 04-05 thing by moving to the black, moving to Armenia, and pulled back and kind of got Russia back on side that way. It's almost like Audacious Hand talks about controlling your allies with a leash. It's like he had a leash on Russia a bit. So I'm going to let you do well and get big, but I'm here. I'll back off. And, I have other things to go for. That was a superb game on Matt's part. It's also a really good game played by Chris Ward. Beset by problems. He has to have I'm going to assume he made it. But Chris deserves it, but he deserves it for playing well in this game. John Jameson's a wild card. He managed John early, and then by getting Belgium, having the army builds, and then working with Jason, which was not an obvious choice, but Jason's a very reliable player. And Chris is a very reliable player, and the two of them could be a good team. The problem was events in the East overtaking a very inefficient EF because they were helped by Tim. Germany was helped by Tim. John's moves were not predictable. They were slow, but and he hung in there. One thing for players is like sometimes just hanging in there. It doesn't ever seem to work out for me, but I've seen it work for other players where they hang in there. Because like when Tim did not stab Matt Tatanchi, I actually could see Wardy's tears on his keyboard. I saw them, but I'm thinking he made it, and I don't think Jason gave it to him. Because I assure you there were better ways to do it if that's the way it is. He earned his spot if he made it. If he didn't, I feel as bad for him as I do Cody Green because fuck, it's Chris Ward, man. That guy, it's going to be time for him to have some success. I'm very happy for him.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I do think that Matthew was able to do so well because he had a great sense of timing in this game. And timing is so important in diplomacy. Remember that one time when he did make his move against the Russians and he did it exactly the right time? That was really good.
I'm working behind the scenes to see if we can get
this. I'm not leaving.
Moved. Yeah,
you're going to have to cut me off. Because, look, I will say, like, I'm going to give kudos to our players. Kudos is a David Hood word. Because I've been very disappointed in the last 2 years of December VDL games. It was almost like they were set up. And, and I didn't see – I saw people fighting to get on that top board. Like, and that's the way the last game of a season should be. There was no garbage time here.
Not only that, you had the Tim Crosbys of the world, and there were some other players today that were not in contention, that were playing as good as they could to improve their own position and get a good score. It was, I mean, at the end there, Tim was giving some centers, but that he was certainly trying to top the board throughout most of this game. And that you've got to do that when you're the guy that's not in contention. you play the best game you can to do the best you can and not worry so much about other people when you're in that position. And I think we saw that from several players tonight.
And I know how much Bradley cares about diplomacy, so this kind of sucks for Bradley, but he's had a lot of success this year. Tears should not be shed for Bradley Grace. Everyone knows how great he is. He's won, I think, 3 tournaments this year, online, virtually, face-to-face. Oh, face-to-face.
Tour of Britain winner.
Yeah.
Olympus winner.
It's enough. You had too much success, Bradley. You need a little humility.
I don't know if it'll work or not. He is the king of the UK. Literally Bradley, the first of his name.
By the way, David, we have some English people in the chat while Brian's doing work here. I've had an ongoing unilateral debate with Trivial Pursuit for never using the country United Kingdom to discuss England. They use the word Britain, which I really don't know the difference between Britain, Great Britain, and the United Kingdom. But it seems to me that they call themselves the UK, and that should be the official answer on the Trivial Pursuit board, but it is not. Did you know that?
United Kingdom includes Northern Ireland.
Well, what's the difference between Britain and Great Britain?
Well,
I don't know that.
yeah, I do think that Britain is just more of an informal term. I mean, I think you're right. And I think Great Britain was more of a geographical term. It's Britain and all the other stuff like Northern Ireland and all that. So I do think that it is intended as also a geographic term. United Kingdom is clearly the right answer. And by the way, when you said Scots and English don't get together earlier in the game, they've been in the same country since the Act of Union, which I think was 1707. That's where you got the United Kingdom.
I don't know. I always
actually what it means.
I know they voted to stay in the Union or whatever they call it, but they always seem to be arguing.
Well, it's also true that Scots argue with each other. So I'm not really sure that them arguing with the English is anything other than they're just being Scots. But if you really want to make Scots mad, tell them they're actually Irish, which they are, because the Scots tribe invaded from Ireland. So tell them that they're actually Irish, if you really want to make them mad.
Okay.
That was Pict land before the Scots invaded.
Look at David in the history. I'm reading a biography of Joseph Stalin right now.
All right. So while we've got Americans talking about British people arguing with each other, I am not getting the game to update, but I do have a update from our commissioner, Zachary Moore.
Bring him on the stream.
Yeah, we get that boy on here.
Did you see his hair?
And his hair. Get that boy and his hair on here. His hair is big enough to be a separate person.
Longer and better than Karthik's. I had no idea until he did that underground DBN show the other day. Unbelievable how much hair he has.
Yeah.
And Prevel used to be in the hair race, and he's not much anymore.
Oh, thank God. That was not a great look.
He used to be in the hair race.
So we've got, according to our commissioner, 340.3 points for Christopher Ward. So
I think he made it by 0.1.
That would be enough.
Go back to the old standings.
Yeah. That's not helping me, Zach. Sorry.
You know, I could say actually something productive, which is we've got a new deadline coming out next week. And Ed Sullivan is going to be the featured presentation because we are doing a segment which we're calling Back Channel Best. All right, here we go.
All right, so again, not updated. This is what the scores were saying based off of what the previous turn was. So this is not accurate.
Matt doesn't have 406 points.
Yeah. So
I don't know.
This actually could be right now that I look at it.
Right. This could be Wardy was supposed to be theoretically on there by
updated.
1 point.
Yep. So we've got Matthew Tatanchi. Yes. Okay, here we go. After all of that suspense, this is the updated result. Thank you, Zach, for updating behind the scenes, and Brandon for creating a program where we can update this. Your final standings for the 2023 Virtual Diplomacy League regular season. Nikolai Tayer wins the regular season, will receive an automatic bid into the DBNI. Your top 7 competing for the championship game will be Nikolai Tayer, Matthew Tatanchi, Jackson Roberts, Ben Kelman, Peter McNamara, Mallis Camares, and Christopher Ward squeaking in over Bradley Grace.
He earned it. He didn't squeak.
Earning his way in by 1 point. Well done to our top 7. Thank you all for playing. This was a fantastic finish. Could not have asked for anything better. Thank you. Ed, I'm going to go to you for thoughts about the season as a whole.
No, going to give different thoughts. Congratulations, Chris. You made it. I'm very happy for you. Get to play turkey with Mallis and Peter McNamara in the East. Oh my God, this is your reward. But hey, playing with the big boys now, buddy. And so go show them what you can do.
I'm going to say a similar thing, but I'm going to say to Matthew Tatanchi, man, way to go. This was your breakout game and your breakout top board coming in here at the 2 seed. That is really the opportunity for Matthew to really separate himself from the pack over the last year or two. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can accomplish on the top board.
All right. Well, I am going to give this the giant caveat that these are preliminary standings based off of math that I think is accurate, but based off of all of the different updating and stuff that I did behind the scenes, we will wait for our commissioner to post the final scores. But assuming that the season ends this way, congratulations.
That is a big caveat.
Christopher Ward say no caveat. So, all right. David, why don't you close out this season?
Great job, Zachary Moore, commissioner for the season, commissioner for the league.
What?
Good for him. Good for us to be able to watch a lot of fun diplomacy. And anything else we need to say, guys, or do we need to give the final answer, which is everyone stay safe and stab well.
Have a good night, everybody.